We are going on the record at 9:08 a.m. on Tuesday, February the 19th, 2019. This is Media Unit 1, the video recorded deposition of Susan Carvalho in the matter of Amiri versus the Board of Trustees of the University of Alabama, case number CV 18-00425, RDP. This deposition is being held in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. My name is Brandon Brown from the firm Freedom Reporting, and I'm the lead court reporter is Suzanne Lee from the firm Freedom Reporting. For counsel, identify yourself and state whom you represent.
My name is Toby Dykes. I'm with the university.
My name is Jared Miller. I'm with the university.
My name is Ali Amiri. I'm a plaintiff.
Will the reporter please swear in the witness?
Dr. Carvalho, if you will raise your right hand, I will swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Do the attorneys prefer the standard usual stipulations?
That's fine.
Yes. Let us start with some background information. Could you please say your full name?
My name is Susan Elizabeth Carvalho Chumney.
Could you please say what is your position in the University of Alabama?
Associate Provost and Dean of the Graduate School.
And for how many years you are in this position?
2.5.
And how many years you are in the University of Alabama?
2.5.
Very good. There is another question which is, I have to ask, have you had any medical drug, alcohol, or any other thing which can affect your, can affect you in your testimony?
No.
Thank you very much for these answers. So I will introduce exhibit number 1. This is the court order entered on February 13. So you have this court order. I don't need to explain it further. The second document I'm going to enter is the exhibit number 2. This is the letter of dismissal and few other documents you produced.
Susan, can I see this?
This one?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you please explain what is this letter, the first page?
Yes. The graduate school manages registration and continuation of students across all of the graduate programs in the university, but the graduate programs have a balance between centralized and decentralized actions. So when a department dismisses a student, they notify the graduate school. The graduate school sends the official document that suspends the student's registration.
So does the Department of Physics and the graduate school contact student independent from each other, or they contact each other first and once they reach to a decision, they contact the student?
No,
You can answer.
generally the department acts on its own. They can consult with the graduate school if they choose to do that, but the graduate school follows the department's recommendation. This happens at admission and in the middle and at the end of a student's career.
So when a student is dismissed, does he receive a letter from physics department or from the graduate school?
First from the physics department and then from the graduate school.
So it is usual that you send in the graduate school, you send letters to the students that they are dismissed. Is it correct?
After they have been notified by the department.
I see. So finally, when a student is dismissed from any program, the graduate school will send a letter to him. Is it correct?
Yes.
Can you look at the page 2? Which is UA Production 56. Can you please read the first email that you sent to Jennifer Greer on June 26, 2017?
You want me to read this part out
Yes.
loud? As I understand it, we do not send a separate additional letter of dismissal. We place a hold on their next semester registration and put the department's letter into their file. That's it. But records here do not show that we were notified. Let me know what you and Norma think and whether we should proceed with the hold. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you for reading that. Here you are telling that, as I understand, we do not send a separate or additional letter of dismissal. Is it contrary to your previous testimony?
We have a registrar who handles these processes, and in cases that are infrequent, I consult with her. And at this point, she explained to me that we put a hold on the student's record. And so I didn't know at that time that we send a letter documenting that hold.
So your final position is that you send a letter. Is it correct?
We do.
And
But we are not dismissing the student. The student has already been dismissed, but our letter suspends the student's registration.
yes, but anyway, you send a letter to the student.
Yes, we do.
I see. So on June 26 at 4:42 p.m. that you write this email, you didn't have adequate knowledge about this process. That is why
Right.
you told, as I understand.
Right.
Very good. And can you please read the next email in the same page?
From Jennifer Greer.
Yes.
I'm meeting with Norma tomorrow. It's interesting that this was sent a month ago and the grad school was not notified. After a program dismisses a student, does the graduate school also notify them? In grad school, they are admitted to a program in the grad school at the same time, contrary to the undergraduate experience.
Thank you for reading that. And can you explain the meaning of this email?
Yes, what I had just referenced about the parallel processes that are central and decentralized. She's explaining that upon admission, the graduate school notifies a student that they are admitted, and the department notifies the student that they are admitted. She says at the same time, generally the department is first, and then they notify the graduate school, and we follow with the official letter.
But I remember that the Department of Physics should only notify the student, not the graduate school,
About admission or about dismissal?
about dismissal.
The department notifies the student, the department makes the decision,
And
the department notifies the student. The graduate school places a hold on the student's registration. And the graduate school notifies the student that the dismissal from a program results in suspension from the graduate school and a hold on the registration. So we manage the registration process. And so we put a hold on the registration, and that it's the bureaucratic part of a dismissal.
I see. So a person who is being dismissed, the student who is being dismissed, will receive 2 letters, one from physics department, the other from the graduate school.
That is the norm.
Very good. Do you know if I have received a letter from physics department at that time?
I believe that you had.
That I was dismissed?
Yes, the email.
I did not receive any email that tells me I was dismissed. Have you seen an email that I was dismissed?
I have seen an email that contained the committee recommendation and an email from the chair that says that he will follow the recommendation.
So let me introduce that document as exhibit number 3.
Now this has more than just that one email.
Yes, this is the same document that I used in Dr. Leclerc's deposition.
Is it? Okay.
This is 10 pages, and the title is Contingent Recommendation. So it has all the emails over there. So here, that email that you mentioned is produced in page number 8. Is it
This one?
Yes, that one. Yes, that is correct.
That is, yeah, 8 of 10.
So the title of this email is Graduate Support Status. So it is not about dismissal. And in the email, there is nowhere that it says you are dismissed. Is it correct?
That is
After the
correct.
form. Yeah, you can answer.
It doesn't use the word dismiss.
So do you think that the letter of dismissal should use the word dismiss or not?
It would have been clearer to you if they had used the word dismiss, but they're not required to use a certain word. They're required to communicate the decision, but it would have been clearer to use the word dismiss.
But he used the word graduate support status, and he tells that in the next semester, I will not have graduate support from physics department, which means in next semester, I will register, I will continue my education, but I need to pay the fees and tuitions. Is it correct?
That would be correct if he did not have the sentence at the end of paragraph 2. But it's the sentence at the end of paragraph 2 that communicates the decision of the committee and says that he will follow their recommendation. That is the communication that references the committee's recommendation.
The committee recommended few options.
Did they?
Yes, and it is in the next page, page 9.
Mm-hmm.
Is it their same recommendation you have seen?
Yes.
Yes. I have objections to the validity of this recommendation. I'm thinking that this is illegal and it cannot be produced in this way. I mean, these people who created this document, I think their action is unlawful, against the rules and procedures of UA. But for the time being, I'm not going to discuss that. This is a recommendation, and the head of the department, the chair of the department, can take recommendation or reject that. And it has different recommendations. It says that the head of the department or a person who considers this can change the graduate support status, or he can dismiss the student. And in the previous page, as you read, Dr. Leclerc is telling that I have to follow the recommendation, and based on that, he's removing my graduate support. I mean, the money that department is supposed to pay to me. So he's following the recommendation by removing my graduate support.
That isn't
You can answer the question. Go ahead.
right. That isn't what he said.
So what he say, I'm following the recommendation. Is this correct?
He says that.
So what is their recommendation?
The recommendation is the sentence at the end of the first paragraph from the committee.
Can you please read that?
It says, it's a long sentence. It's the whole paragraph. In the case of graduate student Ali Amiri, based on the student's demonstrated lack of progress in research and disrespectful conduct toward faculty, advisors, colleagues, and members of the academic community, the Physics Department Graduate Advising Committee considers that the student is in violation of the Good Academic Standing Clause of the Departmental Graduate Handbook, and therefore we recommend that the student should not receive financial support from the Department of Physics and Astronomy and should be dismissed from the physics graduate program. So that last part is the recommendation.
This is two recommendations. And the person who adopting the recommendation have these two different recommendations are in contract with each other. If a student is going to be dismissed, there will be no next semester.
That is correct.
Then in next semester, why they should talk about the graduate support status?
I can't explain the heading, the subject line of the email. The message of the email is not completely contained in a subject line of the email.
This is not email. This is that you read is a letter that they gave to Dr. Leclerc.
I thought you were referencing
April...
the subject line of Dr. Leclerc's email.
Yes. No, I'm talking about the letter they gave to Dr. Leclerc on April 28, 2017.
Yes, they made a recommendation.
So they have two recommendations. The first one is to students should not receive financial support from the Department of Physics. This is one. But the second one is more severe. Should be dismissed from the physics graduate program. So if the decision maker adopt the second part, which is to be dismissed, the first part is non-relevant. So they have one simpler thing that is just remove the financial support. But the second one is more severe, just to dismiss the student, so there will be no next semester. And in the email of Dr. Leclerc, which is in page 8, and it is on May 26, almost 1 month later, he's talking about graduate support status. So when we are talking about graduate support status, it means that the student is not dismissed, but he adopted the less severe punishment based on that recommendation.
Objective.
He didn't say that. I think if Dr. Leclerc were going to split that recommendation into two recommendations and agree with one half and not agree with the other half, he would have said that. He would have said, I will follow the committee's recommendation here, but not here. He did not say that.
But the two parts are not consistent with each other. You have to choose one or the other. You cannot choose both.
Check to the phone.
I think you can choose both. You are correct that if they had said the second one, they wouldn't have needed to say the first one. But that doesn't mean that they were wrong to say them both because they don't contradict each other.
But you accept that in email, actually it is in front of everybody can see, there is nothing about dismissal. And the title is about graduate support status.
The title is about graduate support status. The word dismissal is not used, but the chair says, I am obliged to follow their recommendation. That's this clause that references a single recommendation in two parts. So you are considering them two separate recommendations. From my side, I see one sentence, we recommend, and then what comes after it, you can consider in brackets the recommendation. So linguistically, it's one recommendation. It does have two clauses, but it's one recommendation.
But it is one recommendation, but it has two parts, two options.
They're not options, they're clauses. But they're not options. And they're not presenting him with two choices and he chooses one. It's a recommendation based on the criteria they lay out. There is a recommendation, and he says, I'm obliged to follow their recommendation.
Okay.
That's really the critical phrase, and much more critical and determinative than the subject line of the email.
Okay. Then let me introduce exhibit number 4, which is the deposition of Dr. Patrick Leclerc himself.
I'm going to object to this as it's not a complete copy of the deposition. If it's just bits and pieces.
This is some bits of that.
Right.
So we can go through that or not?
No, you're welcome to ask about it. I'm not stopping you from asking. I'm just putting an objection in that you're picking probably from the first part
Yes,
of the
it is only 4 pages of the transcript. Yes, you are right. It is 200 pages, so it is not the full. So here in the first page, can you read the answer of Dr. Leclerc in line 15?
Based on this email at this particular date, that is correct. I don't know what he's answering.
You can continue, and it is.
You were not going to receive financial support for the following semester, and at that particular moment, yes, you had not been dismissed necessarily, but you were not in good academic standing and were not going to receive financial support.
So Dr. Leclerc, who sent that email, testifying under oath that I was not dismissed on that time.
And I'm going to object to that. Is not his complete testimony and does not include his later testimony.
Yes, we can go to the. Can you read from line 23 of this page and continue to the next page?
So
This is page 58 of the transcript.
Okay.
Yes.
So the email that you sent me on May 26th, on that day I am not dismissed, I am not in good academic standing. Is this correct?
And what is the answer?
On that day, yes.
So in this minute, in this part of testimony, Dr. Leclerc says that I was not dismissed. Can you
objection? That's not his complete testimony.
Can you go to the next page, which is page 77 of transcript? So in from line 17, can you read until line 22?
So then let's look at exhibit number 4, page 8. So this email is about graduate support status that is sent on the 26th. And at this point, I'm not dismissed. Is this correct? On that date, correct?
So he answered twice that on that date I was not dismissed, twice.
Same objection.
Yes, it is not complete testimony, but he twice testified that I was not dismissed on that time. Can you go to next page, which is page 78 of the transcript, and read Mr. Dykes' answer from line 14.
Well, I think that this letter that Patrick sent on May 26th and the university's position is that's when you were dismissed. I understand his testimony. There's the letter from the dean in June that says you were dismissed from the physics program, and as a result, we're being suspended from the graduate school, but you have all the documents that we have.
Yes. So I included your answer as well. When
you included mine, you didn't include Dr. Leclerc's later answers.
Yes, it is in transcript. We can follow it on the, briefs that we will have with the court.
Okay.
But you see that Dr. Leclerc is not accepting that I am dismissed until the attorney, the counsel of the university, tells him that our position is not this. How do you explain that?
Objective.
I don't think I can explain that. I would need to be talking with Dr. Leclerc and ask him what he meant here and what he meant there and how he understood the term and how he understood the relationship between what the department does and what the graduate school does. I would need to ask him that question. I don't think I can explain anything based on what I'm seeing here.
Based on testimony, based on what Mr. Dykes, University Counsel, is saying is that Mr. Dykes is saying, I understand his testimony. There is the letter from the dean in June that says that you were dismissed from the physics program. So when the head of the department who wrote the email, and in his email, he doesn't say the word dismissed, and under oath, he doesn't accept that I was dismissed until the General Counsel of the university warns him.
I object to that I warned him.
I mean, you correct him. I'm sorry, you correct him.
I put an objection.
No problem. I mean,
it speaks for itself.
The deposition is there, yes. And is it the position of the dean to tell that the physics dismissed you? The physics department are not telling that we dismissed you. Is it your position that you tell me that I was dismissed? I mean, you can speak for graduate school. You cannot speak for physics.
I'm speaking for the graduate school. Yes. We reviewed the documents and verified that he was following the recommendation of the committee, as he said in the email. So we verified that.
How did you verify that?
I asked Dr. Leclerc if he was following the recommendation of the committee, as he said in the email. We did want to be sure that we were acting in parallel fashion with what the department had decided.
Did you send him email and you asked him?
I don't remember. I know that I asked him. I don't remember if it was email or verbal. If it was email, then you would have it.
Yes.
I don't remember.
There is no email that I didn't receive any email in the productions that I had.
You have all the emails.
Yes.
You have all
there
the
is
emails.
no email that Dr.
Then it was verbal.
It was verbal. Do you remember when it was?
It was before we sent our letter.
How long before that?
There was quite a short time between when we were notified. When I learned that you had been dismissed, I learned that we had not been notified that you had been dismissed so that we could follow with our letter about the registration hold. So I verified the information before we sent our letter. I think 3 days, 4 days. I would have to look at the date where my conversation started. You know, I didn't know you. And so the first time that I heard your name was with this matter. and I verified whether the process had been done correctly, and I saw that we had not issued our letter. I verified the information, we issued the letter.
Yes, in your letter you are telling that it is in Exhibit 2, the first page.
The June 29th letter.
Yes. The graduate school received notification from Department of Physics that you have been dismissed. What was the form of this notification? Did they send you a letter? Did they send you an email? How you was notified?
I don't remember how I was notified, whether it was email or verbal.
So probably that was verbal as well.
It may be.
But why your communications with physics department is all verbal? I mean, you need to communicate with letters or at least emails.
At some point, they did forward me the decision of the committee and Dr. Leclerc's email to you. So I received those documents before we wrote our letter.
So here you are telling me that the graduate school received notification from physics department. Can you explain how it can be verbal?
Notification can be verbal.
Somebody calls from physics department to your office and tells that one student is dismissed?
That can happen.
So what is your recollection of how it happened in this case?
My recollection of how it happened in this case is that there were discussions between you and someone, and I don't remember if it was Dr. Hahn or Jennifer Greer. We were all in a conversation about your status.
But if the physics department did not notify you, how you should start this kind of discussions?
The physics department.
So when the question is that how you was notified?
And I think she's answered that.
I learned of the discussion with you about your status, and I asked for information. What happened? Please explain, Mr. Amiri's situation. Please explain what's happening with Ali Amiri's situation. And then Patrick Leclerc forwarded me.
So from whom you learned? I mean, who was the first person who told you there is a dispute here, there is a problem here?
I don't remember if it was Luohang Han or Jennifer Greer.
I see. So
But I generally hear about disputes that involve graduate student status. So one of them brought me into the conversation. And I asked for explanation so I could understand what your status was.
I see. So the first time that you heard about me, it was not from physics department. It was from one of other members, either Dr. Han or Dr. Jennifer.
I believe so. Yes.
And then you contact probably physics department and they told yes.
I asked for the documents.
And then they forwarded to you. So in your email that you are telling that the graduate school received notification from the Department of Physics. So it would be better you say the graduate school contacted physics department and learned that you were dismissed.
We could have said that. It is true, but it is true that we received the notification.
Later.
We acted on the receipt of the notification. So we didn't act on a verbal conversation.
So
we acted upon receipt of the notification.
And your notification is that email communication that is about the title is the graduate support status.
And in conjunction with the document it references, which is the committee report. So I received them both.
I see. So
That
it
is the notification
attachment
on
of
which
that.
I acted.
I see. So there is no other notification. So there is no other written notification.
There is no other written notification.
I see. So let us talk about this recommendation. It is in page 9 of the exhibit number 3.
3. Yes.
Can you please tell me what is the graduate advising committee?
Can I tell you what is the graduate advising committee?
Yes.
No.
So can you explain who they are, what is their duty, what is their responsibility?
No.
Why not?
Because this is part of the decentralized way that graduate programs operate. Different programs operate in different ways. So I can speak very generally about how I know that many graduate advising committees work. But what I say could not be held to scrutiny about how the physics graduate advising committee works. I would have to ask them because they operate in a decentralized way. I don't control them. They make decisions because they are the ones who monitor and assess the academic progress of the student. And each department has a different way of doing that. And so I am not familiar with the details of how the graduate advising committee in physics works.
May I ask what is your own major?
My PhD is in literature.
And you have a PhD. I mean, like our disciplines, you have bachelor degree, then master degree, then PhD.
Right.
Did you have a dissertation committee in your studies?
I did have a dissertation committee, but my department operated quite differently. I could go, they operated often as a committee of the whole. So I had a dissertation committee and a committee of the whole. So that's a unique way of operating that my university had that other universities
physics.
Don't have.
I see. So it is different from physics, you are telling me.
And yes, each department operates in its own way.
So did you have any way to see if the physics department is following the right procedure or you just trust them?
Objective form.
My role is to ensure that process is followed. So when I received this, and they referenced the handbook, I read the handbook to make sure that they're operating in concert with their own process.
And the handbook was telling that they are right?
The handbook is telling that what the criteria are, and they echo those criteria accurately. So they are acting in accordance with their process. So that's my only job.
So your research shows that the graduate advising committee can decide to remove a student from a program in physics, yes?
No, that is not stated in the handbook, and that's not what they are stating here. What they're doing here is making a recommendation to the department chair.
But if they cannot make a recommendation, it is contrary to the rule. So you cannot accept them.
I'm not following.
Okay. A person who is making a recommendation should be authorized to make a recommendation. Do you think that the graduate advising committee had the power to make such a recommendation?
The department chair says that that's how they operate.
So this is how you confirm that it is correct?
Yes.
Did you have any other means of fact-checking to check if the head of department is telling the truth or not?
No.
So basically you trusted on Dr. Leclerc, is this correct?
If Dr. Leclerc is acting in the way that the graduate handbook, the department handbook says he will operate, and it doesn't violate any university guidelines as outlined in the graduate catalog, then I trust that the process is appropriate.
So it is based on trust on Dr. Leclerc, basically, yes.
Object to the form.
And the faculty.
So if you was not trusting Dr. Leclerc for any reason, just suppose that you wouldn't trust Dr. Leclerc, how you would evaluate these letters?
Object to the form. You can answer if you can.
I would ask for the grounds. On what grounds was the decision made?
Did you ask them for the grounds in this case?
I think the grounds were clear.
Can you tell me what is the grounds?
The grounds were demonstrated lack of progress in research and disrespectful conduct toward faculty, advisors, colleagues, and members of the academic community, referencing the good academic standing clause of the departmental graduate handbook. So my investigation was to read and understand that.
So how you can verify that the students has lack of progress in research?
There we trust the committee and the faculty. That's a very, that is a determination where the student seldom agrees with the advisors.
No, it is not a matter
Often
of the student.
advisors see lack of progress, the student sees progress.
Very good point. So here,
There is seldom agreement on that point.
between student and advisor, is it correct?
Right. The student thinks that they have made progress. The advisor says progress is not being made or is not being made in a satisfactory way. There is almost never agreement on that.
But the problem here is that my advisors did not sign this document. The people who signed this document did not have qualification to even understand my research. They were high energy physicists or particle physicists and astronomers. They cannot understand my research. The people who were in my dissertation committee, all of them was specialized in my area. They did not sign this document.
Object to the form. You can answer.
I would need to ask the graduate advising committee how they arrived at their determination.
So that time you did not ask them?
No.
Did you ask me if I have any objection to them?
No.
Why you did not ask me?
It's rare that the student would agree that that unsatisfactory progress has been made. I would not expect that you would agree with that. But I would expect that the advisor on the dissertation had made some kind of communication about lack of progress. It is, in the end, the dissertation advisor who knows whether progress is being made or progress is not being made.
Okay, can you please look at next page, page number 10, in that exhibit number 3. Can you please explain what is this email?
I don't know. Can I read it?
Yes, please.
The vice president's faulty report.
Can you please read from beginning? So it is good to. Yeah.
Recently, I have received a false document from Dr. Leclerc. Is that?
Yes. Yeah, please continue.
How much do you want her to read? The whole email?
The first paragraph.
Okay.
It seems that the document is created due to the insecurity aroused from the Vice President's faulty report. In that report, Dr. Leclerc is accused of plagiarism and fabrication. Obviously, such a thing has never been in my report. My report for research misconduct is only against Dr. Gupta, and it is a true claim, and I will definitely prove all of the claims, including plagiarism. The NSF Inspector General will handle this case.
Have you received this email?
I don't think so.
Yes, the emails that produced shows that you have received this email.
Okay.
So here I'm telling that Vice President Carl Pinkert accused Dr. Leclerc on plagiarism based on my report. This shows that Dr. Leclerc has a conflict of interest to make a decision. Is it correct?
I don't know.
But you have received the email.
And you say he is accused of plagiarism and fabrication. Do you mean by the Vice President?
Yes.
I haven't seen that report. I will say that I was aware of conversations with the Office of Research and your situation, but I have not explored, investigated, or gone near that in any way, because that is not my area. And so I'm unaware of what you said, what the Vice President said, what Patrick said. I haven't read those documents. I don't have context. And I'm very careful not to interpret from documents I haven't read. So I would not draw a conclusion from this paragraph of any kind, positive, negative. I would not draw a conclusion from this paragraph. And I would not ask for the report either. If I needed to know, I would ask for the report and I would study it.
Okay.
But I never have asked for that report, haven't seen the report, and don't. Would interfere with my job because this is not my area. And so I have not sought or received any details about what you accused them of, what the investigation showed, what the response was, or who was involved in it.
Okay. So earlier you testified that the only notification you received from physics department was this email chain and the attachment that was a recommendation.
That's correct.
This is the same email chain. So when you read that email chain had this email as well.
Mm.
And this email clearly shows that Dr. Leclerc is under investigation by Vice President Carl Pinkert. So when the chair of physics department...
I actually don't see that, but I understand what you're saying.
Here,
yeah.
The first paragraph you read.
It says that he is under investigation. I didn't know. This is the first time I'm hearing that there is an under investigation. And this is just so not my area. So I don't interpret this. I trust that if the Office of Research has been involved, that they are taking care of any issue that I would need to know about. And I would hear from them if any of this impacted my area of responsibility.
The Office of Vice President is conducting an investigation against Dr. Patrick Leclerc.
Objective form.
I didn't ask a question to be a form. I'm explaining the situation and then I will ask a question.
I'm objecting to your interpretation of the document. I'm just putting an objection on the record.
No, it is not about the document. I'm telling what it was there.
You're saying that Dr. Pinkert is investigating Dr. Leclerc. So I'm just putting an objection on the record. That's all I was doing.
Okay. So Dr. Vice President was investigating a research misconduct, and he come to the point that Dr. Leclerc has plagiarized as well. And then Dr. Leclerc is trying to dismiss the student whose work was plagiarized. And you collaborated with Dr. Leclerc, and the Pinkert investigation failed. This is my side of the story. This is my position. So if you was not collaborating with Dr. Leclerc, the Pinkert investigation was going to reach to a result. But since you started supporting Dr. Leclerc, and based on your letters, there was some police operations, the Pinkert investigation was stopped.
Object to the floor.
The Pinkert investigation was stopped.
Yes, because as a result of this police operation, 3 professors was dismissed. 2 PhD students was terminated. One of them, I was terminated. The other one was kind of changed his direction totally. His dissertation changed. And 3 professors was terminated, either as retirement or other form. And it was in the same time. It was in July 2017. If you was not adopting the recommendation of Dr. Leclerc, it wouldn't happen.
If who wasn't if who wasn't adopting the recommendation of Dr. Leclerc? Who?
Yes.
If
you,
who?
You. Dr.
Are
Carvalho.
you trying to say that as a result of her, there were 3 PhD students who who left the program, and 3 people got fired? And is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to understand your question.
What I told is on the record.
Okay.
I didn't understand it either.
Okay, let's read this email.
I mean, I didn't understand if there was a question for me.
Yes, let me ask smaller questions.
Yeah.
So this email chain that you received, and you are seeing it as a notification from physics department, this same email chain has my objection to the letter and to the recommendation. I objected to the graduate support status, and I objected to the recommendation. And you received it in the same time when they forwarded to you. All the email chain was complete. So why you read the part that Dr. Leclerc wrote and you didn't read the part that I wrote? It was in the same email chain.
I knew that you were objecting to the conclusion that the committee reached. Most students do object to the conclusion that a committee reaches when it's unfavorable.
Can you please read the second paragraph of this letter?
From these 5 people who have signed the false document, Dr. Okada is on my dissertation committee. But the other 4 people do not have any information about my research, or basically they don't know anything about me. And I don't know them as well. But based on my general information, all of these people are decent people, and I have heard more or less positive things about them from their students. If they can sign a document without having enough information about the content, what the rest of the people can do.
So, is it understandable statement?
I understand your view. Yes, your view is clear from that paragraph.
And I'm not objecting to those people. I'm saying they are totally stranger to me. I don't know them.
That is what you are saying. And you are saying that they don't have any information about your research.
Yes. But I have a dissertation committee, and all of the people in my dissertation committee are very well-known professors. Why you should adopt a recommendation from a group of people who doesn't have qualifications? They don't know me. They cannot understand my research. And you didn't ask my dissertation committee, who five of them was working on condensed matter physics. One of them was the director of microfabrication facility, Dr. Subhadra Gupta. The other was vice director of the Mint Center, Dr. Arunava Gupta. The other is Dr. Leclerc, chair of physics department. The other is Sagar Sanjoy, who was the principal investigator of the NSF project. The fifth one is Dr. Gary Mankey, who was the graduate director for 4 years and recently changed his position. So all these five people was working on condensed matter physics, which is my specialty. It is about computer sciences, material sciences. It has nothing about astronomy. And these people who signed the document, even a person with high school information does understand that astronomer doesn't know much about material science. Condensed matter is material science. It is about computer technology, how you make transistor chips, those kind of stuff. And I clearly explained to you that these people who signed the document, they are not in my dissertation committee. I don't know them. They don't know me. And I showed to you that I don't have any personal problem. I told you that more or less they are decent people, but I don't know them. So how we can adopt their recommendation when I clearly showed that they don't qualify to make this recommendation?
I have not asked the committee on what evidence they gather to arrive to a conclusion. I can tell you how such committees generally operate, but I have not asked them. And so I'm concerned that you would assume I have more knowledge than I do about how that committee operates. But I can tell you how such committees generally operate.
You can go ahead and explain it, please.
Often, when decisions are made about reviewing a student's progress, a single group reviews all of the students in the department. There's input from the director. In my own past, this would be better if I talk about my experience. Such a committee asks each director of students at a certain point in their career, what is the progress? And then that committee looks at the progress and makes decisions. The reason that it's a separate committee, and it is not unusual that you would not know them, and that they would not be in your sub-area of specialization, is because it brings a level of evenness and objectivity to what is a life-changing decision. So one would not want different students treated in different ways based on anything subjective. It's an attempt to be objective, to be one distance removed and make decisions. The 6th year decision is simple from that committee's perspective, even though it is life-changing and so important. The question is, based on the progress so far, is the student likely to finish within the legal time frame of 7 years? Yes or no? And they look at whatever information they look at. And this is the part that I don't know, so I'm the wrong person to ask this question to. Based on what they have in front of them, they make a decision. And they attempt to be even-handed in the way that they assess this, so that they're using a similar rubric for all students. So you're saying that they should be specialists in your sub-area, and I'm saying that such a decision has more validity by being one step removed from the content of the dissertation to the question, is there progress? Is the progress satisfactory? Is the progress sufficient? Is the student likely to finish in 7 years? This is year 6. So there's 1 year left. Is the student going to finish? The committee is large, again, to add to the objectivity. So there are multiple people at the table with experience with multiple students. I can tell you that I know very little about your subject area, but I could very comfortably sit on such a committee because the questions are the same for every student in every academic field. Has there been progress? Tell me about the progress. Is the student likely to finish within the time frame based on the history? How are we doing here? Is everything moving forward?
Very good.
Is this a successful student?
Yes, very
so
good.
So then that
understanding.
committee makes a decision. And again, they try to be fair. They try to be even. They try to be objective. And
but this is your judgment, yeah. So
my judgment?
Yeah. Let us get.
Before, can we take? We've been going about an hour, and I do need
just
to go to the restroom.
give us 5 more minutes, and
Okay.
then. So here, what you explained is in general, or it is applies to physics department.
That is in general.
Does it apply to all universities, or it is in the University of Alabama?
I don't think I could answer that.
I mean, how general it is? Is it general statement for most of the universities, or it is only in the University of Alabama?
It is not only in the University of Alabama.
So it is more general.
It is more general.
So it is not specific to my case.
No. So when I saw the document, it fits the paradigm I know, which is that a committee that is fairly large and considered within the department to be representative has assessed the progress, made a recommendation. So this is consonant with how such decisions are generally made.
So this is your general concept. It is not the
That is correct.
specific fact.
That is correct.
Okay, we can take a break.
We are going off the record at 10:10. This begins meeting unit 2. We're back on the record at 10:22.
Let's please continue from where we left.
Where was that?
The last
email.
page of exhibit number 3.
This is your email to Robert Owen. Yes.
Yes, this is the reply of the email that I received from Dr. Leclerc about graduate support status. I appealed it to Robert Olin. I forwarded to Dean of Art and Science. This is that email. But I copied Dr. Leclerc as well, Dr. Hahn, and Dr. Henderson. So I copied everybody who was involved, but I appealed it to Dr. Robert Olin. You read the first and second paragraph of this. Can you please read the third paragraph?
I know Dr. Leclerc probably better than all of you, and he knows me as well. Patrick has great leadership skills and can make a group of people to do something he wants to be done. But creating this kind of false documents is not a part of his personality. There are other people behind this document, which their name or signature is not in the document. These people spend a lot of time for these kinds of things and are less effective in scientific works. But I don't want to fight with the shadow. And I think the people who signed this document should be held responsible, and they have to give their reasons for their actions, and naturally they will see the consequences of their unethical action.
Yes. Have you read this statement before?
Yes.
So you have seen this?
Yes, I remember that paragraph, yes.
Yes. You previously
I did not remember the first paragraph. I did not remember that. But I intentionally try not to get involved in something that is an investigation, so I did not remember that. But I do remember the third paragraph because that paragraph concerned my area of responsibility in my work.
I see. And you take a small break and you go out and come back.
I'm going to object. That's insinuating. I can tell you we didn't talk about the email.
Yes.
And if you want to do something to file with the court and address if you think that I have coached my witness, you do it, but I take that very seriously. I don't do that. And you saw the documents were left here. You saw us outside. We didn't have any documents. So make those allegations, those are very serious. So you better have something to support that. And you don't because it didn't happen.
Which sentence I told that you are that much concerned?
What I'm concerned is what you've accused me of is going out there and coaching my witness on what to say.
Did I use the word coach?
You said you've been out with your lawyer on a break, so that insinuates coach. So we talked, which I can talk to my witness. We didn't talk about the email, and I have not in any way told her anything to say. So.
Well, if I want to make such an allegation, I do it in a formal base, as you mentioned later on. Can you please let us continue?
Well, don't accuse me of wrongdoing.
I'm thinking that you are attacking me.
You cannot get two people talking at the same time.
Yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Consul, I'm thinking you are trying to postpone you delay the deposition.
I'm not telling her she can answer the question. You insinuated that I was doing something that is unethical, and I take my ethical obligations very seriously. So I'm saying, don't accuse me of that unless you have something to back it up on.
Mr. Consul.
So I'm done talking. Go ahead.
Mr. Consul, would you please let us continue deposition?
I just said I'm done talking. Go ahead.
Thank you for that.
I don't remember that paragraph because I took a break. I remember this paragraph because I read it very carefully at the time.
I see. So this paragraph you just read.
Yes.
Do you see there is any threat in this paragraph, any bad language, anything that is concern for you?
It is a concerning paragraph to me. It's ambiguous, and it could be read as a threat or not a threat. But because it is ambiguous, I read it very carefully. It caught my attention, and it concerned me because I didn't know what you meant by these words.
Well, what I meant is written there.
Well, no, the words can mean many things, and this could mean one of two things. And I wasn't comfortable with the language because it could mean one of two things.
Mm-hmm. So what you did as a consequence of reading this document, did you take any action based on this? What you did?
I consulted with the person on the campus who assesses threat because I said I read this as a paragraph that could mean one of two things.
So what is that person? Who is that person?
That's Charlie Dorsey.
And what he told you?
He told me that he considered the threat to be low. And I was relieved to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. That's his job. It's my job to ask and his job to assess.
Is this the only thing you did?
I think it is. Do you have a question?
Well, here I am reporting to you that there are some other people behind this document, and you talked to the police department, and they told you that I'm a credible person, the possibility of danger is low. Did you verify that the other people who made this document, is there any problem from their side?
I did not.
Why?
Because they didn't present a threat.
But did you see the picture?
I did see the picture.
Can you explain what is that picture?
I cannot.
Why?
I don't know what it is.
You don't know what is the picture?
I don't.
You have a small picture in that page. Can you tell me what is in the picture?
It's a man in a robe carrying a scythe.
Yes, it is called Grim Reaper. Is it true?
Possibly.
So, do you know who created that?
He carries an hourglass. I thought it was Father Time.
You had bigger.
I don't know. Yes, I did. But I don't know the image. I don't recognize the image.
So does that image create any concern on you who created this image?
It did not.
Why?
Because I don't draw conclusions based on an image that in itself is not threatening. I was much more concerned with your paragraph than I am with that drawing.
So this image, based on your you are telling me that this image is not threatening?
The image by itself. The name is the shadow. That's kind of more threatening than the image.
Well, so
I don't think I would draw a conclusion on this image.
but you did not do any investigation on the person who created this image.
No, that would definitely not be my job.
So whose job is that?
I would ask Charlie Dorsey whose job that is. I don't know if it's Charlie Dorsey's job or if Charlie Dorsey would trigger an investigation, but it would not be my job.
So you receive an email that shows there is a conflict between a graduate student and a professor or a group of professors, and your job is only to assess the student and not the professor. Is it correct?
I make sure that the professors have followed a process that has been codified. That's my job, and I did do that. I didn't simply believe them. I checked to make sure that they had followed a process.
Can you tell me what is that process?
The process is that the committee makes a recommendation that is aligned with criteria that are laid out in the handbook, the department handbook, so that the student is aware of the criteria that are being used.
No, we are not talking about you are changing subject.
No, she's answering your question.
No.
You asked what I did. That is what I did.
Yes, what you did about professor who created this image.
I don't know who created the image.
The name is over there. It is Gary Mankey.
I see that that this picture is under a sign with his name, but I wouldn't assume that he created the image. Someone walking by could create the image. You could create the image. I don't know who created the image.
Did you do any investigation to find out who created the image?
No, my job is to consult with the appropriate people who would investigate if it would be appropriate to investigate. It's not something I would ever investigate, who created
Can
the
you
image.
please read the last paragraph?
Finally, I've attached a picture of a piece of art to this email. Usually these artworks are erased in a couple of days, but this special artwork was untouched for more than 5 months in fall 2015 and spring 2016. I have some other artworks of this artist which will be presented later on in the right time.
So this doesn't create any concern at you?
I don't know what that paragraph means.
Which part you don't know what it means? Can you explain it?
Usually these artworks are erased. I don't know what that means, what genre of artworks these are. This special artwork was untouched for more than 5 months. I don't know why. I don't know what you are implying by that observation. It's fall 2015 and spring 2016. I don't know what that time period has to do with what we're talking about. I have some other artworks. I don't know if you took pictures or if you have artworks which will be presented later on in the right time. I don't know what that means. So no part of this is clear to me in terms of the relevance or what you intend to communicate by that. None of it is clear.
Yes, what I am communicating is clear. A group of professors get together and created a contingent recommendation, and the chair of physics department communicated that recommendation to me almost 1 month later, and I appealed this action to the Dean of Art and Science, and I'm explaining to him that this is not the only image. They are making a lot of these kind of images which has improper content, which is not, it should not be in the academic setting. We shouldn't have a Grim Reaper in academic setting. We shouldn't have anything that shows any kind of improper content. But I told that they usually erase that. But in 2015 and 16, for 5 months, they did not erase this image, and it was meaningful. So do you think that somebody should talk to me and tell me, so what was the story? Why you are objecting this to grievance procedure? Why you are telling to the higher authorities that there is something wrong in this situation?
Objecting.
No,
Why no?
because if there were something that you're trying to communicate, then the student should say it.
What do you mean by say it? I wrote the email.
These are very vague sentences. What is it you're trying to
So
say?
if the sentence is vague, you should ask for clarification. You should reply to the email, tell me, here this sentence is vague, here this sentence is vague, explain. And I would explain more. But nobody replied to this.
I would never do that
Why you never do that?
because I'm not editing your email for clarity. If you ask me something, I act on it. If there is some action I should take, then I needed clarification on, I would ask. But this is a kind of insinuation made by a student who is being dismissed from a program, who is not saying that something should be done, an action should be taken. I can go back to the fact that we have a grievance process.
Which is Dr. Robert Olin, the highest authority who does the
We don't
grievance.
start with the highest authority. We have a very defined grievance process, and sending a picture of hallway art to the dean of the college goes against everything we tried to do with the grievance process, which is to
Do you know
handle
if I followed that?
situations.
Please let her finish her answer.
But please make your statements. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, you finish, and then I will ask my question.
The grievance process is designed to give the student an opportunity to explain their perspective at the right levels with the right investigation, the right documentation, one level at a time. And most students find that process to be fair and equitable. And this email is not in that process, and so it's not an allegation that I would act on. I would say to a student who wrote this, and you know that this is not addressed to me, I would say, follow the grievance process. That's what I would respond. I wouldn't ask any questions. I wouldn't draw any conclusions. I would say to the author of this email, follow the grievance process.
Did you tell me that?
This email wasn't written to me.
Okay, are you part of grievance procedure?
I'm actually at the beyond the college level, at the OAA, at the Office of Academic Affairs level, I would have been part of the grievance process. But the grievance process specifically involves not skipping levels. So I would not skip a level. I would say to this person who wrote this email, follow the grievance process.
So the question is, are you part of the grievance procedure?
I am at the point that the grievance would come to me in the chain.
So you are familiar with the grievance procedure?
I am familiar with it.
Do you know in 2016, I started the grievance procedure step by step from very bottom. And I went up to Dr. Olin, Robert Olin. Do you know that?
I did not remember that. If I knew it, I don't remember it. Well,
But yeah, I mean, you are telling me that I should follow step by step. Yes.
yes.
And I'm telling you, I did it the previous year.
Were you grieving something different than this?
No, it was the actions of these professors who was not letting me to graduate because they was trying to steal my intellectual property. And I went to Lisa Door. This is the first step. Is it correct?
Yes.
The second step
Well, the
is
first step is at the department level, but sometimes people talk with Lisa to understand the process.
who is the highest in the department?
That in the department,
Yes.
the chair.
The chair is trying to steal my intellectual property. Then what is the next step?
I think I am unsure about whether theft of intellectual property would be handled through the grievance process or through the Office of Research Misconduct.
No, not the
I would ask that question. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that.
No, the question was, who is the highest rank in the Department of Physics?
The chair.
If the chair has a misconduct, which in this case, he is not letting me to graduate because he is trying to steal my intellectual property. But the misconduct is not stealing intellectual property. The misconduct is that he is not letting me to graduate. I'm ready to graduate from 2015. And he's not letting me to graduate. So what is the grievance procedure in this matter?
That is a difficult question because you can't disentangle the academic grievance, which has to do with graduation, from an accusation of misconduct. You can't disentangle them. In the sentence you just said, presents a very complex situation.
I'm not saying it is a simple situation. I'm telling what is the procedure.
I would have to ask someone that. This is what I'm saying. You're asking something quite complicated, and I don't know the answer.
But you told in the grievance procedure you are on top, so you know the grievance procedure.
Situations are tricky, and this one involves two things: an academic grievance and an accusation of misconduct, of research misconduct, intellectual property. So that I would have to ask someone, are we handling this through the grievance process, or are we handling this through the Office of Research Investigation? I would ask that question, and then I would understand. If it's purely a grievance, I know the process. But what you have just said involves something else. And that accusations about intellectual property theft are not handled through the grievance process. That's my point. So once you bring that piece in, it's no longer an issue that would be handled through the grievance process. But your dismissal from the program would be handled through the grievance process. When you bring in the question of intellectual theft, that has to be investigated. And then the grievance process can proceed once that is resolved. Do you see?
Yeah, I understand that. Very good.
And the reason that it's set up that way is to make sure that students are treated fairly.
Yes, but you didn't follow that procedure. Let me tell you. In 2016, when I followed the grievance procedure step by step, the only accusation I put forward is that the head of physics department is not letting me to graduate. I did not put any allegation of intellectual property. So it was only about not letting me graduate, not following the graduate handbook, not following the graduate catalog. And I only appealed that from the using the grievance procedure. So you told me the highest ranked person in the physics department is the chair of physics department, Dr. Leclerc. And Dr. Leclerc is not letting me to graduate. Then I start grievance procedure only for not letting me to graduate. What was the next step? What is the correct way of starting grievance procedure?
I don't know.
But you told you are in highest rank of grievance procedure and you know the hierarchy. What is the bottom of that hierarchy?
What is the bottom of the hierarchy?
Yes, who is the first person that a graduate student should go and file a grievance procedure?
If the accusation is against the chair, then the grievance would start at the college level.
So who is that person?
That might be Lisa Dorr, I'm not sure.
Yes, I'm sure it was Lisa Dorr, and I went to her and I filed a grievance procedure. What happened next? Do you have any information?
I don't think so.
And then he reported this situation to Dr. Han. And I went to Dr. Han. And I talked to Dr. Han. I asked him to talk to Dr. Leclerc and continue the grievance procedure. Do you know what he told me?
No.
But you are working very closely with Dr. Han. You should know that. In my case, you had a lot of meeting with Dr. Han, didn't you have?
I met with Dr. Han about the dismissal.
Right.
I did not talk with Dr. Han in
2016, right?
a year earlier.
Is that when you're...
Please let us, if you have
I'm trying to
objection.
understand where your questions are. Are you talking about 2016? Or are you now talking about 2017?
You are distracting us. Please, if you don't have objection, let us continue.
I have the same question.
Yeah,
My
can ask
conversation
me,
with
that is
Dr.
fine.
Han about you
So,
was in 2017.
2017.
I was
When
not
you are-
involved
when
in the
you are
grievance in
sitting-
2016. What month?
I think you met with Dr. Han in June and July
2017.
Yes.
When was your grievance? I only came in July 2016.
Yes, it was the grievance procedure. Whenever it was, if you talk to Dr. Han, he should provide you with some information about the past.
He did not.
He did not tell
He
anything.
did not.
Do you know why he didn't provide any information about this problem that was there?
No.
So Dr. Han did not tell you that I followed the grievance procedure and I told that I'm ready to graduate. My advisor is not letting me to publish my papers and get graduate.
I don't remember that.
Do you think I followed the right procedure as I am telling you?
Object to the form.
As you're telling it to me, there was this research intellectual property issue that would cloud the situation. So if that was not in the picture, then you did follow the right procedure.
was
If
not
that
in the
is in the
picture.
picture, it becomes more murky.
No, it was not in the picture. In 2016.
Then it sounds to me from what you've said that you followed the correct procedure in 2016, but I don't have all the facts.
Yes.
But it does sound to me like you followed the correct procedure.
Yes. So I followed that correct procedure, but they didn't let me to graduate. So what I could do?
If in 2016, what could you do?
Yes.
You could ask your directors what you need to do to graduate, and then
Can you please give the name of the people? Can you explain a little bit more clear? I understand exactly what you mean by the board director.
I don't actually know if Dr. Leclerc was your only director of your dissertation. Is he?
In dissertation, we have advisor. We have advisor.
You have a chair of the committee.
Chairperson, yes.
Yes.
Chairperson is advisor,
Okay.
yes. So which other information you need for me to provide?
Sometimes there are multiple directors of a project who determine the direction, the shape that the dissertation should take, and I don't know what your committee structure was.
The question we are trying to answer now is that I followed the grievance procedure in 2016, step by step, and the only...
What was the outcome? What was the final step in that grievance procedure?
Dr. Han told me that these people, Dr. Leclerc and other people, are my people. I trust them.
That was the official verdict?
That was the they didn't give
Or is
me,
that your version of the verdict?
I have the voice recording, but they didn't give me a letter. Do you think that they should give me a letter at the conclusion of the grievance procedure?
I would not speculate on how that
No, what is
process
the
was
procedure?
going. I don't know the circumstances there. The procedure would generally be a decision, but I don't know whether you all stopped before you got to that point. So I wouldn't say that they were wrong without a lot more information.
No, I'm asking that the procedure for grievance.
Sometimes the process stops. Sometimes the student stops. Sometimes the resolution is reached and there is no letter.
So it is verbal.
It can be.
But I followed all the steps to graduate.
What do you mean you followed all the steps to graduate?
I followed all the steps in the grievance procedure to let me graduate, to ask them to let me to graduate, but they didn't.
Do you mean to let you defend your dissertation?
Yes.
Because that's different.
Yes, the only part that is left is my dissertation defense. So.
And your committee said the dissertation is defensible?
Yes.
They did?
Yes.
What does I guess I would need more information. I would ask a question about that. But I'm not here to ask the questions.
But you sent me the only letter that I'm dismissed. The only letter that officially I received from university is from you. So you should have information.
I have the committee report.
But it is not the right committee. The other committee, which is the dissertation committee, is the right committee.
We already talked about that earlier this morning.
Yeah, but you are repeating the same thing.
I am. Yes.
So why you are repeating the same thing?
Because it's what I know to be true.
So I passed all the courses. Let me tell you the whole story. I passed all the courses. So the coursework I'm done. I started my dissertation research in 2013. And I was very, very successful. And by the end of 2015, I should be graduated. And my dissertation committee, in previous section, I told you that I have 5 people who are condensed matter, high-ranked people in the university. And they are thinking that I should graduate. I'm ready to graduate. And I passed all of the dissertation courses as well, because you need to take 24 credit hour for dissertation. In addition to the coursework that I has finished, by the end of 2015, I finished 24 credit hour for dissertation. But they denied my defense. The physics department did not let me to do my defense.
They didn't let you schedule the defense.
Exactly.
And why is that?
Why is that?
Usually it's because the manuscript is judged deficient in some way.
What is the manuscript?
Do you have a dissertation?
Based on the graduate handbook, the student who is going to defend his dissertation needs to submit his dissertation manuscript 2 weeks prior to defense. So the student should schedule his defense, and he has time no later than 2 weeks before defense itself. He should provide the manuscript to the people who are in the dissertation defense.
Minimum of 2 weeks.
Yes.
A director can ask for more, and the director has to agree that the defense can be scheduled.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Director, you mean the chair of the physics department?
No, I mean the chair of the dissertation committee.
Yes, he is Dr. Patrick Leclerc. It is the same.
So that person has to agree that the dissertation is of sufficient quality to proceed to a defense.
Yes, and that person is not agreeing what I should do.
There is no recourse when a director deems that a manuscript is not defensible.
There is no manuscript. It is not necessary to have a manuscript based on the graduate catalog and graduate handbook.
It is.
You need
What?
to. You need to pass 24 credit hours. Then you schedule your dissertation, and you submit your manuscript 2 weeks before the defense.
Minimum of 2 weeks before the defense.
But nobody submits it much longer than 2 weeks.
Okay.
Then you do the student does the defense.
I think what you've left out in that process is that the chair of the dissertation committee approves the dissertation for defense.
The chair, if he doesn't approve, the student who does the defense will fail, but he still has to have a defense.
No.
Why?
The committee has to deem that the dissertation is potentially defensible before defense is scheduled.
And if he deems it is not, can the school deny the student for defense?
Yes, it happens all the time.
Where in the graduate catalog or in the graduate handbook it is written? Do you have that written in somewhere in the graduate handbook of the physics department?
Object to the form.
Yeah, I'd have to do some research on that. But I can tell you that in 100% of PhD defenses, the committee has to approve the manuscript.
Well, I have the graduate handbook. I will give you a copy of that. Exhibit number 5. Please show me where it is.
Give me this.
Yeah, no, I've got the handbook. Thank you.
But take time to look through it.
Student must keep his or her advisor fully, I'm on page 13.
Yes.
The student must keep his or her advisor fully and regularly informed of the progress of his or her research. Failure to do so could result in the dissertation not being approved.
Yes, we was having weekly meetings all the time.
And so the dissertation has to be approved.
But they did not approve it.
That is the crux of it.
Can you explain more?
The advisors are in an evaluative position over a doctoral student. They have to approve that the data is sound, that the methodology is sound, that the writing is clear, that the document is at the standard that they require. The advisors have to approve the dissertation. If they do not approve, then they need to give guidance to the student, so the student fixes the dissertation, or nothing goes forward. So this is a point where there is often disagreement between a student and the advisor. The advisor says, I don't see what I need to see. Now, I don't know, I did not ask your advisor about the quality of your work. That's the advisor's domain. But if the advisor is not satisfied with the quality of your work, the dissertation does not move forward.
So did you ask my advisor about quality of my work?
I did not.
Why you did not ask? What was the reason that you didn't ask my advisor about quality of my work?
Because I would not second guess your advisor about the quality of your work. That is your advisor's domain.
But you did not ask him.
I did not. That would be seen as my second guessing.
Second guessing what?
The quality of your work. I trust that the advisor is the one who knows whether the manuscript is defensible,
So
whether the quality of your work is sufficient, for the progress.
So if the advisor is thinking that the quality of work is very high and I can I defense?
That I would need more information.
So what you was looking at that handbook?
In my experience, the advisor reads the dissertation and makes an assessment of the quality and says that a defense can proceed or cannot proceed. It's not uncommon at that stage that an advisor would say that the defense cannot proceed until certain adjustments are made to the manuscript or to the data or to the conclusions. It's not uncommon.
But these...
Then the student makes changes. A dissertation is an iterative process. No student does their own work, presents it, and defends without an evaluative step by the advisor.
Yes, Dr. Carvalho, we are talking about a specific case, that is my case. We are not talking about general cases that is applicable.
Yeah, and that's one of the issues. You know, I'm not on your committee, I'm not in your department, and so I only talk about general issues.
But we are here, so please do not talk about general issues. If you don't know the answer about my specific issue, I don't know.
I don't know.
That is the best answer, because
when you are... But then don't ask her a follow-up question asking her to explain or what she does know, because when she's gone into those areas, it's been as a result of your asking a question.
I'm entitled to ask the questions, and you are entitled to object.
No, and I'm just telling you, you've told my witness, don't tell what... You've instructed her to do something which you've been asking her questions that ask her to explain things to you. So if you don't want her to answer those things, don't ask her.
No, I'm asking, every question that I'm asking is about my case. I'm not talking about how the universities should work. I'm not talking about general questions. So from now on, any question I'm asking, please answer only about this case. If you know the answer, please tell that. If you don't know that, please, you say, I don't know.
Well, this should speed up.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is very good.
Good.
So, as I told you, I requested that I should defend my dissertation because I passed all of my coursework. I passed 24 hours of credit for the dissertation research by the end of 2015. And in that point, we scheduled that I should defend. But it did not happen. The physics department did not let me to defend. So, why it did not happen?
I don't know.
And in 2016, 1 year later, I started a grievance procedure. Why they are not letting me to do my dissertation defense? Is it about the right time that I waited for 1 year before I start the grievance procedure? Is it a good courtesy time that I wait for 1 year, I give them 1 more year, and then I started the grievance procedure requesting, please let me defend my dissertation? Did I follow the right steps or not?
Objective.
Yeah, I don't know. I can only speak generally about how the process works. I don't know. In your situation, I wasn't involved, and I don't know.
But you sent me a letter for my dismissal from the program.
I knew about that.
So why, if you don't know, why you should send me a letter for dismissal?
Here's the problem with your instruction. You tell her you just want it's about you.
Yes.
But you can't address you without talking about how things operate at the university. So your question there, ask her, is going to require her to talk about things with the university, which you don't want her to do. So I'm not...
Mr. Counsel, can I explain can I answer you?
Yes, that's fine.
I never asked her not to talk about the procedures in the university. I talked to her not to speak about the general person. If she's going to describe the procedures that are applicable to my specific case,
Okay, then that's
I
fine.
want to hear that.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Are you asking me why I sent the letter of suspension?
Yes.
Again, I received the email from Dr. LeClaire to you and the recommendation of the committee, which it's their right to make. And I made sure that the process had been followed, and I issued the letter because that's what we do in such cases. When the department determines that sufficient progress is not being made, they have the right to dismiss a student. They did that, and then it's my job to put a registration hold on that student and send a letter notifying the student that we have done so.
Can you explain the steps that you took to make sure that the letter you are sending me, the dismissal letter, is not based on wrong information? It is based on correct information.
We've gone through this like 3 times as to what she did already today.
Could you please let him answer?
Do you want me to say it again?
Yes.
I reviewed the letter from the committee.
But
This is the... Let me find it again. Where's my letter?
It's Exhibit 3. Eight and 9, I believe.
So I want to use the right name for the committee.
yes, it is page 8 of that.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
The Graduate Advising Faculty Committee. Wanted to use the correct term.
Yes.
I received the email. I read the criteria. It referenced the Department of Physics Graduate Handbook. I looked at the Department of Physics Graduate Handbook. It was available online, and made sure that the criteria outlined there were clear and that they aligned with what the committee had determined. It's the committee's right to make the determination. It's my job to make sure that the criteria are clear.
So, did you study the graduate handbook and you see that this graduate advising committee can make this determination? Is it correct?
No.
So, what you did when you looked up in the online, you looked up for the graduate handbook. What you look at in that?
I looked at the section related to good academic standing, which is, do you remember where that is? I can find it. There it is, page 6. No, that's not it.
Page 4.
That's it. Pages 4 and 5.
Yes.
The part of this that was determinative in my review was the bullet that says, make timely progress toward completing the research component of their degrees. You mentioned that you completed 24 hours of dissertation research, but that's not the requirement. The requirement is timely progress toward completing the research component of their degrees. The reason that 6-year review is done is because the time limit is 7 years. So timely progress means that you will finish in 1 more year.
So I'm telling that in 2015, I made timely progress toward completing the research component of my degree, and I was ready to defend.
That is your view.
And that is the view of my dissertation committee members who are in my special area.
I would need to ask them that. That is a point that is often a disagreement between a student and the faculty
But
members.
we did not
That is-
disagree.
I would have to ask them if you disagreed.
But
I understand that you didn't disagree.
and they didn't disagree.
I would need to ask them that. You told me only to speak about what I know.
Yes.
I would not speculate that you agreed with them,
Please do
that
not
they agreed with
speculate.
you. I would
Yes.
have to ask them that. It's a good question.
Yes. The question is that you look at this handbook and you decided that the procedure is followed correctly. Is it that what have you?
That they acted within their bounds to make a determination. They determined that timely progress was not being made. And they quoted that, demonstrated lack of progress. And I look at this, timely progress, and I say, okay, that was their right.
But they are astronomers and they are particle physicists. They
We've
are
talked
not.
about this.
Yes, that is that you are not answering. They are not the people who can make a decision whether I'm making timely progress toward completing a component of my research or not. The correct.
Are you asking me a question?
No, I'm explaining to you, and I will ask you a question about that.
I object to his explanation. So,
Okay. It is the members of dissertation committee who make a determination whether I'm making timely progress or not. You cannot ask from another committee who doesn't know me how they can come to that determination.
Are you asking me a question?
Yes. Why you trust on these people that they can come to the determination that I'm not making progress?
Oh, I thought I explained that in good detail, and I can repeat it, but it will be talking about general policy and practice about how
Specific about
students
my
are
situation.
I have no idea. I don't know.
In my situation, you don't know why it happened.
That's correct. Yes.
If it requires you to give your background and your knowledge to answer a question, whether or not it relates specifically to him, you need to give a complete answer.
Right. I assume that I'm here because I have some expertise in how students progress through graduate programs, how their progress is assessed, how rigor is maintained, how departments operate in their education of students. And so I've explained why a committee that is somewhat distant from the student's own dissertation committee makes such a weighty decision as whether a student can continue in the program or not. One step removed guarantees that all students are treated evenly.
Is this true in the Department of Physics in the University of Alabama, or it is your general concept?
I have seen no evidence that the Department of Physics operates differently than any other program in this way. So
You are
I
sit-
watch. I see no evidence that they are operating any differently. Your question was, how can they make the determination when they are not your dissertation committee? And I've told you why they are empowered to make that determination and why it's better that they make the determination, why it's a better academic structure, why departments operate in the way that they do.
Have they make such a decision in a prior time for any other student?
I don't know.
Yes, I know the answer. The answer is no.
I can tell you that other departments have.
But the physics department doesn't have such a committee. In our department, the dissertation committee is the only reference who makes decisions about progress in dissertation thesis.
I guess I would ask you for evidence of that, and I would ask them for evidence of that. And
Did you ask from me or from them for evidence about this?
No.
at the time you send that letter?
No, because it's standard operating procedure.
It is standard operating procedure everywhere, or in the most cases?
I don't know. You're asking me to speculate.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you, is this the procedure in the Department of Physics and Astronomy?
I don't know. But it is their right. And it would be operating within university procedure and practice to do this.
So basically, you didn't have information whether the graduate advising committee can make such a decision or not. In this specific case, in the physics department.
It is always the right of the faculty to assess students' progress. You're asking a question that I would need more information to answer.
Okay, then let's continue. Please look at exhibit number 3, page 3. Please let us start with page 2 of that.
Page 2.
Yes.
Exhibit 3.
Can you please read this email? This is the email Dr. Leclerc sent at April 27, 2017 at 4:34 p.m.
The Graduate Advising Committee needs to meet before lunchtime on Monday to discuss an urgent and serious matter. I will brief as many of you as I can on it individually.
Have you seen this message email before?
No, I don't think so. If I have, I don't remember it.
What is your impression on this? What is your understanding of this email?
My understanding of this, you're asking me to speculate, right?
No, just what... I mean, you read the other email and you told that it was threatening, for example. There was one email that you read and you said it is improper language.
I said ambiguous language.
Ambiguous language. So, which kind of language it is using here? Can you explain anything about this?
I would assume that there was an issue that the Graduate Advising Committee needs to meet and discuss.
Yes. And it is serious and urgent, yes.
So then I would assume that it relates to a student, because that's usually what is serious and urgent. If it relates to some bureaucratic process, not usually serious and urgent, it could be. But I wouldn't draw a conclusion that anything was improper, only serious.
Yes, it is serious. And what about the last sentence? I will brief as many of you as I can on it individually.
I would assume that there's background knowledge that they need.
Yes, so it is about one specific student.
Maybe. It could be multiple students, it could be a group of students. But definitely, I would assume that it's about students.
But when it is urgent and serious matter, and
Mr. McCreary, you had the opportunity to depose Dr. Leclerc, who sent the email.
But this is the email that was forwarded to Dr. Carvalho.
Okay. She tested. Okay.
Yes. So this matter is urgent and serious matter, and Dr. Leclerc will brief as many of the people as he can individually.
Okay.
So this is on 27 April. That recommendation that you are referencing is created on 28 April. So that urgent and serious matter was my matter.
Okay.
Can you look at page 3 of this document? Yes, that is document that is in front of you.
Did you want me to read?
No, just study that and tell me if, please study that document. Can you please read the first line here?
I will drop by for the start of the meeting to give some background information, but should not be part of the discussion for reasons that will quickly become obvious.
So, do you think what was the reasons that will quickly become obvious?
Object to the form.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm quite far removed from this conversation.
Yes, let me ask you this. That recommendation was made in this meeting. This meeting was arranged in less than 20 hours. In the afternoon, on April 27, it is started at 4:30, after 4:30 p.m. And Dr. Leclerc briefed as many people as he could. And then the next day, they created that contingent recommendation. And it is your reference. Do you think that is a valid document?
I
Object to the form.
would not be in any position to make a determination on that.
So you are an academic. If a document is created in less than 24 hours by the chair of physics department, is it reliable enough to rely on it?
Object to the form.
I would not use the time span as a determinant of whether the document or the decision is valid.
But in addition to the time, the matter is urgent and serious
It
matter.
is, yes.
The people who signed the document was briefed individually. The person who briefed them is telling that I will drop by for the start of the meeting to give some background information, but should not be part of discussion for the reasons that will quickly become obvious. So these reasons that will quickly become obvious, and because of them, Dr. Leclerc himself is not in that committee and is not signing the document. This document is created and sent to you, and in that email chain that was sent to you, there was my objection that you read all of its paragraph. There was 4 paragraphs. And you did not consider my objection. You talked to Dr. Han, but he did not tell you about the history of grievance
I don't
procedure.
remember it now.
Object to the form.
So do you think you made an informed decision in sending me that letter, the dismissal letter?
Yes.
How it is?
Because as dean, it is not my role to second guess the evaluative decisions of a department about student progress.
But I'm asking, did you have enough information to make such a decision?
I don't evaluate your progress, so more information would only put me in a position where I am evaluating your progress, but I don't evaluate your progress.
Not my progress, but you can evaluate the validity of the document that you got from physics department. Did you try to validate that document?
I validated the document against the physics graduate handbook only.
But you studied, I give you the physics graduate handbook, and you did not show anything specific that shows you validated that. You just told that the student should make timely progress. And I told you that my dissertation committee agreed that I'm making very good progress. And as a matter of fact, we brought $500,000 money from National Science Foundation based on my dissertation. So we was very successful. I discovered a new memory device, which is state of art, and some other university tried to steal that from me. So I was very successful I had weekly meeting with my professors, and these professors, one of them was chair of physics department, the other was vice director of the Mint Center. And continuously we had weekly meetings. In this meeting, it was me and two professors. If we don't make good progress, these meetings would not last long. Is it correct?
I don't know.
We had these meetings for few years. We had these meetings until April 2017. What I know is that if somebody doesn't make progress, he cannot take the time of the vice director of the Mint Center and the chair of physics department in a very continuous basis every week. In my understanding, if I don't make good progress for 1 month, 2 months, those professors does not come and sit with me to discuss my progress. Is it correct?
I can only speak to general practice of how dissertations are directed.
No, I'm not talking about what I'm telling you.
Well, I wasn't in the room, so I can only talk about how dissertations are directed. That's all I can do.
You suppose what I'm telling you is correct because you don't have those information. If the information I'm telling you correct, is my conclusion correct or not?
Again, it goes to general answer. Just object to the form. If you can answer the question, answer the question.
It is very common that a student thinks that the progress is being made, but the directors, the chairs of the dissertation, do not agree with the direction of the work. So there is disagreement.
But my professors did not disagree.
Well, I would have to ask them. So I would have to ask them that. You are saying they didn't agree. My assumption is that they did because they said you weren't making timely progress. And it is very common for there to be disagreement on this issue.
Yes, please let us not talk about general. In this specific case.
Then stop asking her general questions.
Right, you're telling me what your professors think, and then you're asking me to make a judgment on it, but you are telling me what they think, and I would need to hear it from them.
Well.
So you're asking me a question that I cannot answer because you are asking me to base it on what you tell me they think.
Well,
ditto what she said.
In this case, you do not have the information in my specific case. Is it correct?
That is correct.
Then I'm giving you the information and I'm asking you to suppose that these information are correct so we can come to some conclusion. Is it possible?
No.
Why not?
Because there is seldom a shared view of a student's progress between the student and the directors. Seldom. So
if you
acting on what I know to be true, which is that a student sees great progress where often the directors would like to see the work going in a different direction, I would want to hear the conversation. I could perhaps adjudicate such a conversation if you were here and they were here and you said something and they said something. I could draw an opinion. I could draw a conclusion based on having seen many, many, many dissertations brought to fruition and many, many dissertations not brought to fruition. I could draw a conclusion and I could help you see each other's perspective. But without them here, I can only hear you say that they agree with you that you were making progress.
Do you have any evidence or do you have any information that my advisors was not satisfied with my progress?
I do not. But I have the statement of this committee that timely progress was not being made.
But I told that those committee did not know me and I did not know them. They just met in an urgent meeting to discuss a serious matter, as you read yourself, and they notified in a very short notice. There were 6 of them. 5 of them signed that document. and one of them did not sign.
I wonder,
The one who did not sign was Dr. Sarkar Sanjoy, who was terminated by the university 2 months later as retired. Yes, go ahead.
We've been going about an hour, so you can answer and then we need to take a break.
yeah, so I just wonder why I'm here to answer questions about the committee level work.
Because
seems
you are
that-
the only person who sent me a letter of dismissal.
But all of our questions are about the committee letter, not my letter. And so to understand what is behind the committee letter, you would have to ask the people who were involved at that level, at the committee letter, what evidence they had on which to base their determination that timely progress is not being made. But it wouldn't be from my level, it would be from them.
So
we would have to ask them these questions. These are not questions I can answer.
So basically, you did not have information about my specific case. You just followed the procedure as a dean of graduate school. Is it correct?
Object to the form.
I ensured that the criteria they used to evaluate you were in alignment with the criteria spelled out in the department handbook to which you have access.
Okay, let's take a break.
Let me 5 minutes, 5 more minutes. But the criteria that they used, how you made sure that they used the criteria?
We've been going through.
We have talked about this.
That question has been asked a dozen times, so we're going to take a break.
Okay, no problem.
We are going off the record at 11:31. This begins meeting unit number 3. We're back on the record at 11:37.
I will introduce exhibit number 6. Can you please read the first paragraph of this?
Dear Mr. Amiri, the information you submitted to the Office of Research Compliance the week of April 24th for allegations of misconduct has been carefully reviewed. The information you provided was in support of your allegations of plagiarism and fabrication against Dr. Arun Gupta and Dr. Patrick Leclerc. At this time, it has been determined that the information provided does not support claims of plagiarism and fabrication. However, if you would like to submit any additional documentation related to this matter to support your claim, I am willing to review the additional information to provide an assessment.
Yes. This is the letter of Dr. Pinkert to me, and he's telling that I accused Dr. Arnava Gupta and Dr. Patrick Leclerc of misconduct, and he's asking me to submit any further documentation if I have. The investigation did have other aspects. One aspect was this. Can you please tell me what is the date of that?
May 23rd, 2017.
And I submitted those documents on April 24th.
Yes.
When the contingent document was created, it was on April 28th. So in April 28th, the physics department had that serious and urgent matter. They had a meeting and they created a document to dismiss me. It is 4 days after I submitted these documents to the office of Vice President Carl Pinkert. Is it correct?
Yes.
And when Dr. Leclerc sent me his letter, it was on May 26th. It is 3 days after this letter. Do you think that Dr. Patrick Leclerc, which I officially made allegation of misconduct against him, can make a decision about my status, or he should not be allowed to do that?
In the document, that's not a simple question. He asked the committee to make a determination, right?
He met them individually. He sent them email. You read that there is a serious and urgent matter. He sent that email on 27.
Yes.
3 days after I submit these documents that proves that there is allegation of misconduct.
Right.
And they told there is an urgent and serious matter, which is plausibly should be this matter.
Right.
And they dismissed me. Actually, they signed the recommendation document against me.
Right.
So, can you accept such a document while the professor who created that document is under investigation?
Can I draw a conclusion based on the
Yes.
context?
You are welcome to do that.
I'm seeing things that I have not seen before, so you're asking me to use my judgment to assess this. So I'm going to, but recognizing that I'm seeing these things for the first time. In Exhibit 3 on page 4, there's an email from Patrick Leclerc to Luo Han, where he charges the committee, where he says what the committee charge is.
Yes.
It seems valid to me that he could charge the committee with what he has charged them while he is under investigation, because what he's asking them is valid. He's asking them to make valid judgments.
Are they correct people?
We've been through this.
Okay, no problem.
So he is not acting on it. I assume that the reason he waited to send you the letter, I knew there had been a time delay there. I had no basis to judge why there was a time delay. Was he, I would assume from this chronology, not having had conversations about this, and so again, you're asking me to use my analysis here on the spot to make a judgment that he was waiting until the matter was closed before deciding to act on the recommendation. But again, the recommendation that was requested, as it is described in this email, is valid, and that committee is empowered to make that determination. So the committee made a determination that according to this charge, is valid. He didn't act on it until later. By the time he acted on it, I assumed that this matter was closed.
No, it was not closed.
Okay, well, I don't have that context. So
it was continuing.
Objective form.
Yes, as you see, the letter is longer letter, but even in the first paragraph, he's asking me if you have further document. We are interested to study them. So it is not saying that the matter is closed. So when there is a active investigation against Dr. Patrick Leclerc, if he is the only decision maker, let's assume that he is the only decision maker, is his decision credible or not?
yeah, there are two suppositions there that aren't valid.
So let's suppose that recommendation.
You can't ask me about hypothetical situations.
No, you can do that. Can we do that?
I'm going to object to it. I mean, you can ask.
Yes, so we can do that.
I'll object, and if you can answer, you can answer.
You can assume that, if you assume that Dr. Leclerc is the only decision maker, is his decision valid or not?
Object to the form. That's calling for speculation.
If he were the only decision maker and there were no committee involved, I would not assume that to be sufficiently objective. But when you bring a committee into the decision process, a degree of objectivity is attained that I would find acceptable. Does that make sense?
Well, yes. Then let's ask this question. Dr. Leclerc is the chair of the physics department. He's a professor. He knows this statement that you just told. Is it plausible that he will want to ask from a committee to make a recommendation so it becomes more valid?
That would be the right and appropriate thing to do, to bring a committee in who is sufficiently removed from the entanglement to make a decision based on the progress of the student. So I think that it was the appropriate thing to do to step back and recuse himself.
But the motivation is because of this investigation, because it is
the
just
motivation
to bring that committee in.
Objective.
The reason that Dr. Leclerc asked that committee is the allegation of misconduct against himself.
Object to the form.
I don't know, but even if it were, he's turned it over to a committee. But you're in your 6th year, so if the timely progress was not being made and he turns it over to a committee, that is appropriate.
And he turns it over a committee just 3 days after allegation of misconduct is provided to the Vice President Carl Pinkert. Still, it is valuable. I mean, it is valid.
I wouldn't draw a conclusion based on that. It's also the end of the semester. So if any action is going to be taken related to funding and progress, it does have to be done before the end of the semester. But I can understand what you're saying, but I wouldn't say that that's definitely the case.
So what is your information about the funding?
I don't have any information about the funding. My concerns are all based on good academic standing as defined in the physics handbook. So I don't have any information about how you were funded. That wouldn't be my domain. I'm only concerned about good academic standing as it's defined in the handbook.
Okay. That is as much as you want to answer. That is, let us introduce the...
I'm going to object to the statement that as much as you want to answer, she answered your question and said she doesn't know. So,
okay, that is okay. I'm introducing exhibit number 7. This is the email you sent on June 23rd, 2017 to Charles Dorsey. Can you please explain who is Charles Dorsey?
He is the director of the Office of Threat Assessment.
Can you give some more information what he does?
When anyone in the university is concerned about a situation involving a threat, they are wise to consult with Charlie Dorsey, who has expertise in assessing whether the threat is to be taken seriously, whether any action needs to be taken or not.
And is he a police officer or he's a faculty member?
He's not. I don't believe he's a faculty member. I don't actually know that. I don't know.
I see. Have you contacted him in another occasion in the past 2.5 years?
Let me think. I certainly have been involved with conversations with him. I don't remember if I initiated or if someone in my office initiated those conversations. But I have been involved in conversations that relate to him.
And have you directed any other student for evaluation to him?
Objective form.
I remember of a situation involving
Susan, don't use names of students.
an applicant, but not an enrolled student.
Can you please repeat that?
I remember of a situation involving an applicant to programs who was making statements who could be considered threatening and contacted him. But I don't remember of other situations where I have contacted him.
I see. So he was not a student.
The other case was someone we were dealing with professionally, but not a student.
He was American. African, yes. You told he was African American?
No. As you said, applicant.
Applicant.
Yes, applicant. Someone who was applying and was making threats.
Can you please read in this document the first underlined part of it that you wrote?
The College of A&S is concerned that Mr. Amiri has not responded to messages that direct him toward appropriate academic grievance channels and is instead reaching out directly to the president and provost with his repeated accusations of misconduct.
What is your source of your information?
Associate Dean Kathy Pagani is in my office and handles most student issues. I consult with her on any issue involving a student. I don't remember whether she reached out to Dean Olin or whether I reached out to Dean Olin. I don't remember that part. I know I talked with Luo Han, but I don't remember talking with Dean Olin, but I may have. So I had seen your emails. I talked with them. I was advised that we should assess how to move forward, given the accusations that you were making.
Yes. Did you contact me to get some information from myself?
No.
What was the reason?
I don't insert myself into conversations between a student and the student's department. I explained at the beginning of the day the ways in which we are centralized and decentralized. Conversations between a student and the department is part of the decentralized way that we operate. I do not insert myself into conversations between a student and the department.
So this statement you wrote, do you think it confirms that College of Art and Science is right or not?
What? That the College of Arts and Sciences is right?
Yes. In this statement that you read that
they are concerned that you have not responded?
Yes. Do you think when you narrate this to another authority, you are kind of endorsing that statement? You are confirming that statement?
The statement that you were not using appropriate academic grievance channels? Yes.
So you are endorsing the College of Art and Science, but you don't have adequate information whether I did it or not.
Check to the form.
In 2017, you were writing to the president. That's not the appropriate grievance channel. So when the college told me that you were not using the appropriate grievance channel, I had your communication with the president, which is not the appropriate grievance channel. So yes.
Do you think if the president or provost took any action in this regard? I'm writing them a lot of emails, yes. Did president or provost investigate the situation? I mean, I'm an adult person. I'm a PhD applicant. It's my 6th year. And I know the procedures. I'm directly reaching to the president. Does it create some concern in the president that something in the university probably is wrong, at least from the students' point of view? Did they do any investigation in this regard?
They would not do investigation in that regard. They would direct you to the grievance process. There's 38,000 students.
But if the
president does not adjudicate the situations of all the students, he directs them to the grievance process. The reason the grievance process is constructed the way it is because the situation is resolved closer to where the action is happening, not at the president's level.
Okay. How many PhD students directly reaching to the president in a year for this kind of accusations?
Object to the form.
Should I answer that?
If you can.
I know of 3.
So,
but I wouldn't necessarily know of them all, but I know of 3.
Good answer. So we have only 3 students in 1 year who directly want to reach to the president.
Who are PhD students.
Yes.
But all students' concerns are valid. We would not be taken more, they would not be treated differently because they are PhD students. Generally, PhD students don't have as many of these kinds of difficulties.
Do you think if I am a 6-year PhD student who contributed to bring National Science Foundation money of about $500,000 to this university, when I'm directly reaching to the president, my voice should be a little bit more valuable than, for example, undergraduate student who may reach him?
I think that all student concerns are treated equally, and we work hard not to let extra details or extra information change a fair process. So I would not think there would be any circumstances you could put on the table that should change the way we address having a student be fairly heard.
Okay. You told about 3 students directly reached, PhD student reached to the president and provost.
Or provost, yeah.
Do you know how many students in general reached to the president in this condition?
No.
Can you give an estimated number? How much?
No.
Do you think it is more than 10 or less than 10?
I wouldn't have any basis for making such a guess, because I would never hear about it.
So I'm thinking if only 3 students is reaching to president, probably president should put 10-minute time to respond to them. It is 30 minutes in 1 year. Do you think it is a right expectation or not?
No.
Why not?
Because it's not only 3, and even if it were only 3, the thoughtful process of dealing with a student who perceives that he or she is being treated unjustly is to follow the fair hearing process. As I said that I would not step into the communications between a department and a student. The president also does not do that. The grievance process is designed to give a student a fair hearing at every level. And the president and the provost, whether they receive 300 or 300 such messages, will always direct a student to use a process that gives that student a fair hearing and also gives the department a chance to express their side. I feel in this situation like you think you know both sides, but one person never knows both sides. And the grievance process is designed to allow both sides to speak and then to reach a conclusion.
Well,
And so the president interfering with that without having, it's not 10 minutes at all. It would be treated, it has to be treated deeply and seriously and thoroughly. And that would happen through the grievance process.
well, I told you that previously. I told you that in 2016, I followed the grievance procedure. And I followed it step by step from the very first person to the highest person in that College of Art and Science. They did not give me any letter, but I recorded their voices. And in 2017, when I was sending these emails to professors, to Provost and to the President, I attached those communications I had with those officials in the grievance procedures. So they could hear the conversation I had with those people in the grievance procedure. Do you think this should make a difference?
No.
But I'm proving that I followed that grievance procedure and their answers was very much rude. The person who is in the grievance procedure is telling me, you are wasting my time. These people are my people. I don't pay attention to you. I pay attention to my people. No matter what is the situation, I support my people. I don't support you. And he's telling me, you are wasting my time. And that is Dr. Han. You have talked to him. And I send his voice recording to the president. Should it make a difference or not?
No.
Why it shouldn't make a difference?
Well, today is, you're telling me things about 2016 that I don't have a thorough knowledge of. But I would say this, the 2017 grievance would be about the action that the faculty committee took. And it would be a new issue. I don't thoroughly understand the issue you raised in 2016. It could be that issue was not appropriate for the grievance process, or it could be that it was wasting someone's time, or it could be that you were right. I don't know. But the 2017 issue would be new. You would be raising a question that you have raised this morning. Did that committee have the standing to make the determination it made? You could take that through the grievance process. I understand from what you're saying that you lost faith in the grievance process. That doesn't invalidate the grievance process. You needed to use it, and that's what you were directed to do when you contacted the president. You have to use the grievance process.
Yes.
You can use the grievance process or litigation. That's why we're here. But those are the processes, and those processes are designed to give you a fair hearing.
Well, okay. In 2017, I copied my objection to this recommendation letter to all of the people in the hierarchy of the grievance procedure.
Yes, you did.
So this is counted as using that grievance procedure, but not from the bottom. I contacted all of them. That is first. Second, when I'm sending the voice recording of the people in the hierarchy of the grievance procedure to the president, it means that the grievance procedure is not functioning. When it is not functioning, I cannot follow through that. So the purpose of sending the voice recording that you can hear and you can identify the person who is talking is to show that the people in the hierarchy of grievance procedure are not following the UA procedures. They are not following the graduate handbook. They are not following the graduate catalog. They are not following the procedures determined for grievance procedure. Their name are on the side, but they are not following them. And to prove that, I send their exact voices to the president.
I understand that.
Yes, so it means that...
Is there a question for me?
I will ask you, does this mean that the grievance procedure is not functioning?
No, it doesn't mean that. It means that you feel that it's not functioning.
So should president listen to those audio
Mr.
tapes?
Lee, you've asked this question half a dozen times, and she's answered it half a dozen times. I mean,
What is that question that I asked?
about whether he should listen to the tapes, whether the grievance. I mean, you've been down this road for the last 15 minutes of the same thing.
And my answer is the grievance process is functioning. The president should not have listened to the tapes. You feel that the grievance process isn't functioning. The grievance process is designed to give the student a fair hearing and to hear all sides of an issue. When you're the only one talking, that doesn't mean the grievance process is broken.
Okay, let's move to next question.
Goodness.
The next line that I underlined, can you please read that?
The two faculty members who have been directing Mr. Amiri's doctoral research no longer wish to direct his project. Can I read the rest of the sentence or not?
That is enough. So this is, you are reporting this to Mr. Dorsey, that the two faculty members who have been directing Mr. Amiri's doctoral research no longer wish to direct his project. My question is that, can a faculty member not to wish to direct a student? Is it possible that a faculty member tell, okay, from now on, I'm not going to direct you?
Yes, that happens a lot.
Does anybody ask from faculty member why?
Yes.
Yes. Does anybody in the University of Alabama ask from the faculty member why you are not wishing to advise this student anymore?
When a faculty member wishes not to advise a student, again, you're asking me about general university procedure, right? Are you asking me about your situation or general procedure? Because you told me not to.
Please provide a short answer. You can give general information. Yes, go ahead.
Answer the question in any way you want to answer it.
Yes, answer the question any way you want.
When a faculty member wishes no longer to direct a dissertation, a decision has to be made about the student's future. So at some point, the question would be asked about what is the next step for this student. Will we assign a new director, or will that be unproductive?
So my question is, does anybody ask from the professor that you was directing this student for 4 years, why you don't want to direct him anymore?
Yes.
Did anybody ask my advisors why they don't wish to direct me anymore?
I asked the question about your progress.
No, I'm asking about...
I asked and received sufficient information to satisfy me about why your director no longer wished to direct your dissertation.
What was the reason?
Failure to progress.
But you just read that I made allegation of misconduct against my advisors.
I did see that today.
Do you think, is it the primary reason or not making progress?
I'm not in a position to judge that, but if you failed to progress, the allegations might not be relevant to that, or my question was a narrower one. Is the student progressing? And that is the question also that the committee in the department was asked to evaluate. So you are asking whether other questions complicate that question. To me, as dean of the graduate school, they do not, because the question is progress being made? Is progress not being made? Is a clean question. And I believe that is the question that I asked Dr. LeClaire. And I believe, from what I'm seeing here, that is the question that Dr. LeClaire asked the committee to ascertain.
And
So that is the question that is central here. We've spent a lot of time. That's the question that is central here.
so the answer of Patrick Leclerc is admissible for you.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that for 4 years, we had weekly group meetings.
Yes,
with
we
these
talked
two
about
professors.
this. And
Is it admissible for you or not?
no,
Why?
I don't know what the professor's evaluation of your progress is. I only know what you are telling me their evaluation of your progress is. I would need to understand from them whether they felt that those conversations were productive, not productive, progressing, not progressing.
My question is, can we continue for 5 minutes?
You asked me to tell you 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. My question is, the mere existence of a group meeting for 4 years, that two professors are
Yes.
coming to, we are having meetings.
Yes, no, that in itself
I am-
does not constitute evidence of progress.
So even if we don't make progress, you are telling that
Yes.
the head of the physics department will come to the Mint Center to sit down with the vice director of the Mint Center and with one PhD student talk for 4 years, even there is no progress.
The first part of the answer is yes. And the second part is no progress isn't what we were talking about. We were talking about timely, continuous progress. But I would say that the meetings in themselves don't constitute evidence of progress.
So even without progress, a meeting between two high-ranked professor and a PhD student can be continued for 4 years, even there is no progress.
I don't think anyone said there was no progress, but I don't know. I don't know at what point there might have been progress.
My understanding is that if a PhD student
The
can
meetings
have,
in themselves do not constitute evidence of progress.
my understanding is that if a PhD student has a meeting with two high-ranked faculty members for 4 years, it means that the student not only is making very good progress, but he is a very high-ranked student who can get time from two professors every week to come sit down and study his progress and see how much progress, how much experiments was done in 1 week. Comment on it, ask him what to do for the next week, and next week get the result. If the student cannot produce those results in 1 week, next week or few weeks after that, these meetings will not be continued. When we see that there is a meeting going on for 4 years, it means that the expectation of those two high-ranked professors, which both of professors was very high-ranked, are being achieved. So the student is able to satisfy those expectations that people are coming and sitting down and talking for 1 hour, 2 hours every week. This is my logical conclusion, but you are entitled to your own judgment as well. I respect that. Okay, we can take a break.
We're going off the record we are back on the record at 109.
Yes. Let's continue from where we left. It was in exhibit number 7.
Yes.
Can you please read the last part that I underlined, that one line is?
Or do you consider that he is still an enrolled doctoral student but without a lab?
Can you please explain what it means?
Yes. My question to Charles Dorsey related to the fact that you would no longer have a position in the Mint lab. because of the decision that the committee made and the failure to progress. And my question was, if you don't have access to a lab, can you still be an enrolled student? He wasn't the right person to ask that question to, but I didn't know that at the time. I was trying to discern what the next steps needed to be, and he directed me back to say this, doesn't move past the physics department. It's still the physics department's decision, which was correct, but I didn't know that at the time. I had been here less than a year at that time. And so, in the field I come from, there's no lab. So these questions are self-evident, but it was more complicated in terms of lab access. So that was what I was asking him about.
So the conclusion was that not having access to lab is fine.
Well, I couldn't see how you go forward that way. It seemed like you couldn't go forward with your research without a lab. So I was trying to figure out what your options could even possibly be at that point without a lab.
Do you know how many labs I had access to?
No, I don't.
So the reason that I didn't have, these two professors told that they don't wish I work with them. Each of these professors have 2 labs. Dr. Arun Gupta has 2 labs, and Dr. Patrick Leclerc has 2 labs. It is 4 labs. When you send that police officers on 26 June to take the keys, they took 10 keys from me. So I had access to 10 traditional labs. It leaves 6 other traditional labs that are operating with keys that these 2 professors does not have control over them. In addition to that, there are a lot of labs that are acting, their dog is acting based on action card, which is our student card.
Right.
So I don't need to have a traditional key. And there are some labs that we need to enter a code. Counting them, I had access to more than 15 labs. And 2 of them does belong to Dr. Leclerc, and 2 of them does belong to Dr. Arun Gupta. So even if I wouldn't access to those labs, I had access to more than 10 other labs. So it was not a concern.
Oh.
I'm introducing exhibit number 8. This is an email that Dr. Han forwarded to you. Can you please read the first paragraph only?
But this is from Patrick to Luohang.
Yes, it is on...
And Luohang forwarded it to me.
Correct.
Okay. You would just read the underlined part?
Yes, just the full first paragraph. And the date is 27 June 2017.
Yes.
Both of the emails dated in that day. Yes, go ahead, please.
Luohang, we do not have much in writing, unfortunately. Most of the assessment, until the 7th year is approaching, has been done in face-to-face discussions with research advisors, the dissertation committee members, etc. I usually met with Ali about once a week to discuss research in my office. I will see if I can find some relevant emails, but I doubt there is much that will be helpful. I can say that one of the main metrics the department uses is the number of publications the student has, which is 0 in Ali's case.
Well, in the part that I have underlined, he is telling we do not have much in writing, unfortunately. That time I was sending a lot of emails to officials, including Provost, which you are associate Provost. And it is rational that you know about those emails. And in those emails, there was a lot of communications in writing, which I was turning into PDF. And I was explaining them. And I was sending them to Provost. Did you show any of those emails to Dr. Han or Dr. Leclerc and tell, so what is this written document that he's forwarding to us?
Object to the form.
I don't know. I don't see what the question is that
okay, the question
which documentation, the question that Patrick is answering here when he says we don't have much in writing, what was the question that Luo Hang asked him?
Yes.
Because it wasn't whether we have anything in writing. I'm sure it was whether we have anything in writing related to something.
Yes, it is about assessment of the
research progress. And so, are you asking me if I saw emails that assessed your research progress? No.
But I send a lot of emails, and I organize them very, very well. That those emails was showing that I had excellent progress in 5 different topics.
And those were from you, or they were from your directors? Is that...
The first one was from me. I worked on it for 2 years, and that was strain effect on VO2. The second one was, again, strain effect, but using bending method.
I guess what I mean is, do you have any emails where the advisors were telling you that your progress was great, excellent?
Yeah.
That's
yes, I have.
Yeah, I haven't seen those. No.
I have those, but in addition to them, I'm referencing to emails that I wrote to the Provost, which you are in his office, you are associate Provost, and in those emails, I showed my progress. I showed the international conferences I attended, the posters I presented, the papers I wrote, the weekly reports. Every week I had a report, and I forwarded those reports to Provost, and those reports had very high quality images and research result. Provost is mechanical engineer, he can exactly understand them. And everybody can understand them. It was very excellent work. So in addition to the fact that we had meetings for 4 years, I had my PowerPoints for every week that I presented. I wrote down the questions they asked. I wrote down what they asked me to do for the next week, and I did those experiments, and in the next week I showed them. We compared our results with other universities. For example, we did some work with Northeastern University. Our work was much better than them, their results, and I showed them in those emails. We had a collaboration with Auckland University.
Right. So
you had those emails. Why you didn't show some of those emails to Dr. Han to say, then we have something in writing? Why you are not telling?
The question here is, what have the faculty members assessed your progress? So you going around that and showing your progress isn't what we would want. What we would want is for the faculty members to judge that progress and tell us. So in other words, it's your directors who have to say whether that's excellent or not excellent. All students think their work is excellent. So we rely on the professors to say, yes, indeed it is. Or this is not leading to a defensible dissertation. It is or it isn't. And so we ask them to tell us that. We don't make an independent judgment. So you can't give it to other people and ask them, is this good progress? Isn't this good progress? It has to come back to your advisors.
But we have a meeting every year with members of the dissertation committee, and they sign a document that shows what is their opinion. We had those records. So it is not that we don't have anything in record. A state university that has almost 40,000 students cannot work based on face-to-face verbal communications. You need to have documentation, yeah? And we had those documentations. We had yearly reports. We had our reports to National Science Foundation because we brought money from there. And before we get the National Science Foundation money, I did a lot of experiment and I produced results that we put in the application. The application we sent for National Science Foundation was rejected 2 times before.
So this says the only department assessment of his research progress was his preliminary examination.
Then after that, the yearly examination are departmental as well.
And it says in March 2015, we did consider that Ali was making good progress, but he has not progressed since then.
But we had another meeting in 2016 as well.
With written?
Yes, with written report.
So you have that.
And I have even their verbal evaluation at the conclusion of that. I had recorded their voices. So we have written report as well. But in addition to that, I recorded their voices. My question from you, as Associate Provost, when you have those communications from me that I'm sending to you, and you are trying to stop me, those are information. You can look at them and tell, okay, you are telling we don't have any face-to-face, everything is face-to-face, we don't have any document. But the students send us documents. What is these documents?
I don't have... I'm not sure what you think my role here would be as dean.
You
think I should have...
You are receiving this email and you are accepting it as true.
Yes.
But you have evidence that it is not true.
He says that you have not progressed since March 2015. So I suppose that if you had gone through the grievance process, someone would have asked, has you made progress? Have you made progress? And come to weigh the two things side by side, what you say, what they say. That would have happened in the grievance process.
As I mentioned to you, the grievance process was not functional and they didn't ask. Because they didn't ask that questions that you are mentioning, I recorded their voice and I sent the voice record to President and Provost that the people in grievance process are not asking me any question. They are not asking from the professor anything. They are just telling we don't buy that. The exact word is, Dr. Han, I don't buy it.
So that was in 2016.
2016.
In 2017, you didn't try the grievance process.
As I told to you,
you had lost faith in the grievance process.
I forwarded to all of them. I think when email communication should be acceptable, I forwarded the email to all the people whom I talked to them in person. They knew me. I forwarded to them. In addition to that, I appealed to the President and Provost.
Right.
So you didn't have those email communications that shows my progress that they have signed them?
I don't know if I had them or not. Even if I had them, I would not have relied on those in the absence of the professor speaking. I wasn't evaluating that. That wasn't my role. My only role was to see if the committee, which did evaluate your progress, acted in line with the criteria they had established. So what you're asking me is how many ways could we have done something different than that? But
no, I'm telling that you...
That is the process that I follow.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you received the email that you told it is true, but you had evidence in your hand that it is not true.
Object to the form.
The evidence was the emails that I sent to Provost's office that shows my progress and shows the professor's signatures on those documents, shows their voice records. Everything is completely admissible. And you are accepting a false email as true, and you are not paying any attention to the documents I sent to you.
you're here to ask her questions. You're preaching to her about your case, which you have your opinions on your case, and that's fine. But it's not the deposition is not your time to tell her your case and how she's wrong. It's your time to ask her questions. So,
yes, but because she's telling that she doesn't have much information, I'm presenting those information to her to refer. Yeah.
It wouldn't matter what you sent me. I wasn't going to second guess the opinion of that committee unless it came up to me through the grievance process, level by level. I wasn't going to investigate it from any side avenue. That's not my role, and it's not the way the grievance process works. So we're back to the same point. You didn't trust the grievance process.
I did trust.
I would insist on the grievance. You trusted it in 2016. You didn't trust it in 2017 because you wrote to all levels at the same time. That's what you said. That's not the grievance process. That's the opposite of the grievance process. So we're back to the same point. I would only tell you, no matter what you could bring me your Nobel Prize, and I would say, look, it's got to come through the grievance process. I'm not going to evaluate it apart from the grievance process. So my role was to look at what the committee said and see whether it was within their purview to make those determinations, and then to act in response. And if that wasn't right, I trust the grievance process. So those are the choices. Those are the options in front of me. Either everything's fine, or we use the grievance process. So the kind of series of emails that doesn't help. Doesn't hurt, doesn't help. It's irrelevant to the choices that we had, which were to go with what the committee said, or investigate further through the grievance process.
I see. And this series of emails had a lot of attachment, which was documents. I introduce exhibit number 9. This is an email that you sent on July 3rd, 2017. And you send it to
admissions staff.
Yes. And can you explain who are these people?
The admissions staff each are in charge of different programs, and they report to me.
Can you name some of those programs?
All of the programs, all of the master's programs and all of the doctoral programs.
So they are in different departments?
They're in my office. So you remember I said that we have central and decentralized processes. This is how admissions works. Applicants apply to the graduate school, that's my office. These people work with the application, and so you corresponded with them when you applied, and they say, we need the transcript, and they say, we need the TOEFL score, and they say, we need all of this. When it's all together, they make sure it meets the university's minimum requirements, and then the departments have access to it. Then the departments, which are decentralized, make a decision, and they let us know. And when they let us know, these people notify the student. So we're the intermediaries in the admissions process. So no student applies to a department. A student applies to the graduate school. And so this is the staff.
I see. Can you please read the email?
It says, hi all. The student referenced above has been dismissed from his doctoral program, physics. He is an international student. If he submits an application to any other graduate program in the coming weeks, please let me know.
Can you please tell me what was the purpose of this email?
Yes, because you are an international student, your visa status is interrelated with your academic status. So because the standard letter of dismissal says that you may apply to another program at the university to continue your studies, I thought that you might well take advantage of that option because otherwise you lose your visa. That is what many international students do when their program ends and they don't want to be finished. They apply to a different program. And so I wanted to know if you would do that. I was concerned about your visa status, also about your progress.
And
So I wanted to know. So that's why I did.
so
I wanted to know.
if I would apply and they notify you, what would be the result of you knowing that I have applied?
Then I would communicate with the international office to let them know. I guess it would depend on what program you applied to. But generally, I don't know when a student, when someone is applying. I don't see all the applications. But I wanted to know because of your situation, and I knew you were facing a very big decision, not, a domestic student faces a big decision. You were facing a bigger decision. International students all face a bigger decision. And my assumption was, without knowing you, that you would either apply to another program here or apply to a physics program somewhere else so that you would not have to discontinue your studies. That was my assumption.
So, were you intended to give me a positive recommendation to them to get me or not to get me?
Check to the form. You can answer.
I don't make a recommendation to departments. As I was saying about being decentralized, the departments make the decision and I don't make recommendations.
I want to understand the purpose of the email because if I get admitted, automatically I will communicate with international office. I don't need...
And with the department.
Yes.
And I wanted to know what decisions you were making next.
And you are providing some information that I have been dismissed from physics. Do you think it will have effect on their decision to get me to another department?
These folks wouldn't be making a decision. If another department knew that you were dismissed from the physics department, it might impact their decision. But they would see your transcript anyway, and they would ask. They would ask you. They would ask the department.
So my understanding is that you just was curious to see what is happening. You don't want to influence in one way or the other.
I didn't want to influence in one way or the other. I did want to stay aware of what decisions you were making at this critical point, whether you would continue your... I assumed you would continue your studies. My only question is, would you continue your studies in another program at UA, or might you apply somewhere else, which I would never know about? That was my question that I had in my mind.
Yes, and in your letter that you send me, the option you are giving me to apply to another program. And I'm already in my 6th year in PhD, and I am a well-established scientist. I'm attending a lot of international conferences. I know a lot of high-rank professors. Even here, I have a lot of high rank. I have access to more than 15 labs. Usually, a PhD student have access to 1, 2, 3 labs. Do you expect me, as a result of your letter, I change my discipline and apply for another program?
Many people do if they prioritize staying in the country over their professional field. I didn't know what your priority would be. Many people might apply to another program so that they could have more time in the U.S. to make their decision, and then they would think about it and make a decision. You could very easily, for example, I'm just conjecturing, you could go into science education, and then you're not leaving your field completely. You're not going into, cooking, but you would be using your background in a different way where you might be more successful. And that's an option that was open to you. And many people do such things. Many people do such things.
So you are thinking if I go to another field, I can be probably more successful, yes?
You could start over, and maybe you would be successful, maybe not, but the clock would start over, and so you would have the chance.
But I'm telling you that at that point, I was a good scientist.
Now we're back to the point.
After getting my, let me finish. After getting my ownership document, I filed 3 patents. All those 3 patents are single author. I'm the only author of them.
Right, but none of that relates to progress toward the PhD.
But the word that you are repeating, we have gone over that. So.
Because again, you're second guessing the committee's evaluation of your timely progress toward the degree.
No, I'm thinking those committees members should be prosecuted by the rule of law. That is my view, because they are criminals, because they signed a document that the document is a fake document.
So I understand that you feel that way.
I don't feel that way. I prove that.
I understand that
you're arguing. If you have questions, ask the questions.
No, I'm just asking my, yes.
Yeah.
So what was, you finish and I ask my next question.
What was, you were a proven scientist. Did I think you would start over in a new program? Yes. Many people do that. When they realize that they're not going to succeed in their program, they start a new program.
Okay, that is your answer. No problem. Can you go to the next page? Can you please read this email?
Yes. The associate dean had said is a hold on the student. Yes, it has now. The department did not notify us at the time of dismissal. They just notified us last week. Beth has sent the letter informing him of the hold. Charter spoke with him by phone and thinks he will want to find a way to stay in the U.S. Other issues in this case make me want to stay informed. Thanks.
Can you please tell me what was the other issues in this case?
The other issues were that you had not been successful in the physics program. Now, again, that's my view based on the committee decision. I understand that you feel that you were successful, but the committee felt that you were not successful. And because of that, I wanted to stay informed.
So what was the use of this information?
I wanted to see what program you would apply to, and it might be relevant and it might not.
You are saying you were notified last week.
Yes.
And you create a situation that I need to find a way to stay in the U.S.
I created that situation?
You sent me the letter.
Yes. So your visa would be terminated.
Why your information is about 1 week. Why you terminate my staying in U.S. while you just get the notification 1 week ago?
Because Charter would be terminating your visa in CVIS as a result of the letter. That is the procedure. That is procedure. I'm not asking about what is the procedure. I'm asking, you got a notification just 1 week ago. And based on that notification, which we argued a lot, you are terminating my status in U.S. Is it correct? That is the consequence of the determination that was made by the committee. If we had known about it in May, we would have terminated it in May. We found out about it in June, but our responsibility, once you are no longer in a program, is to terminate the visa. So you are right. The result was the termination of the visa. In 1 week. And upon dismissal. Well, did you terminate any professor in June? No. Do you know who was the principal investigator of the National Science Foundation Award? No. He was Dr. Sarkar Sanjoy. But you're asking me questions that don't relate to what my responsibility here, or my area of action or work. I don't know anything about your NSF grant. I intentionally learn nothing about your NSF grant because it's not my area of responsibility. My area of responsibility has to do with your progress toward getting a PhD. Only that. The NSF grant is separate for me.
What about Dr. Pinkert stepping down? Do you have information about that?
No.
You don't know why Dr. Pinkert stepped down?
No.
When Dr. Pinkert stepped down, do you know what procedure was taken to find a replacement?
Yes, I do.
What was that procedure?
I'm just, for the record, I'm going to object. This is the procedure for how a replacement for Dr. Pinkert is well beyond the scope of anything that this case is about. I've let you talk about Dr. Pinkert based on what the court did last week and his investigation, but the process for his replacement that was done after all these decisions had been made has absolutely nothing to do with the claims in this case.
Mr. Counsel, I'm entitled to ask any question calculated to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence.
You are, but it's admissible evidence based on a court scheduling order that relate to whether you had a protected property interest in continued enrollment at the University of Alabama, which that has nothing to do with that. The reasons for plaintiff's dismissal from the University of Alabama, including whether his dismissal was for academic or disciplinary reasons, the replacement for Dr. Pinkert is not reasonably calculated to lead to any discovery, anything that might be admissible on that, or the procedures followed in determining whether you should be dismissed from the university in Alabama and in effectuating his dismissal. So the procedures used in selecting a replacement for Dr. Pinkert are not in any shape, form, or fashion relevant to what we are here for today.
But, Mr. Counsel, that is your point of view.
Tell me how in the world the procedures used for Mr. Pinkert's his replacement selection are related in any way to what we're here for today.
If you wait to get my answer, you will know that if I give it
I'm not
to
going to
you...
waste the time going down that line of questioning
But
if you can't tell me how it relates.
Mr. Counsel, your objections are slowing down the deposition
Then let's call
and
the
distract
judge.
my focus of the topic.
Okay.
Can you please let me ask my questions without
I've
distraction?
given you a lot of leeway on your questions today, and if you, I'm the process and procedure for selecting Dr. Pinkert, no. If we need to call Judge Proctor's office, let's call him now.
No, he's being recorded, and we will follow the proceedings later on this. You are asking that...
I'm telling her not to answer a question related to that because it is in no shape, form, or fashion relevant to anything that we're here for today. So.
Then I will ask the court's opinion later on because I want to continue with my other questions.
Okay, that's fine.
Could you please tell me what is the pass and fail course and what is the credit course?
There's such a broad answer to that. When a course is proposed, the proposal contains a request that it either be a graded course or a pass-fail course. So there are different reasons why a course might be deemed a pass-fail course. Often it's because it doesn't have a specific syllabus, specific assignment, and it's up to the person grading that course to say the expectations were roughly met or not met. In the case of dissertation research, the criteria are less specific because dissertations and doctoral programs operate so differently from each other. So the purpose of that course is to maintain a student's access to the library, to the university facilities, to the faculty. And so it's pass-fail because it's a mechanism for keeping students enrolled. Does that make sense?
Yes. Can a pass and fail course affect the GPA?
If the student passes, the P grade does not affect the GPA. If the student fails, it does affect the GPA.
How it can affect?
Because it's calculated in as an F. A P is just not calculated in, because imagine you have a 3.0 and you get P, you still have a 3.0. If you had a 4.0 and then you get P, you still have 4.0. But if you fail, then the 0 is calculated in. So if you fail, your grade point average drops.
If the course to be continued, it is not finished, what will be the effect?
Then you receive a grade of incomplete if the professor is willing to give an incomplete. The professor can make a decision to give an incomplete or an F.
So it is possible that somebody failed a dissertation research course and it is 6 credit hours every semester and he will get F grade or 0 in that.
That can happen.
Do you know if it happened in my case?
I don't. I thought you had an I grade. That's my recollection. An incomplete.
In my transcript, I had 0 for this course. And
what does 0 mean? 0 is not a grade. Is it an incomplete?
My understanding is that the GPA courses are counted different from pass and fail courses. So the GPA courses can affect GPA, but the pass and fail courses, because they are counted differently, they cannot affect GPA.
The F affects your GPA. The P does not affect your GPA. So pass-fail courses can affect your GPA if they're Fs. But if they're Ps, then they do not affect your grade point average.
Let's assume that a student has 50 GPA courses, 50 credit hour, and he had 30 credit hour dissertation research. So if the student fails 6 credit in his dissertation research, in order to count it in GPA, you need to decrease 30 to 24 and add that 6 credit into GPA to make it more in order to account for that change.
I'm not following that, but also I think you'd have to ask a registrar that question. This is not my, these calculations are not my area of expertise, so I'm not sure how to calculate.
So your answer is that it can affect.
An F can affect.
I'm introducing exhibit number 10. In this page, you sent an email on June 23rd, 2017 to Dr. Han.
Mm-hmm.
Can you please read that email?
Hi, Luohang. Can you briefly tell me the specific grounds on which his access to the lab was taken away? Was it because of failure to make progress on the research, or what was the justification I should convey to legal counsel? Brevity is fine here.
Can you please tell me what it means when you tell that brevity is fine here?
It means that I don't need to know the whole story. I just need to know whether was there failure to make progress, or was there something else? Is this a dispute? Is this a difference of opinion? Is there, and what's going on? This is my way of asking what's going on here. Because I didn't have the details at that time, and I needed to know the grounds because, as I said, my job is to make sure that the committee acted in accordance with its scope. I don't remember if I wrote this email before or after I saw the report from the committee, but that was my question, because at this time I was confused about the lab and what that had to do with all the other pieces. I was getting a lot of pieces of this at the same time on that day, and I was making sure that everyone acted within the scope of their responsibilities, and I was trying to understand it to make that judgment.
Yes, my question is about brevity. I mean, does he need to be brave to give you the truth, or?
No, brief. Brief. That's the brevity means be brief.
I see, okay.
Not brave.
I see. Can you go to the next page?
Yes.
Here you send an email on June 23rd, 2017. It is 2 lines. Can you please read that?
The one to Director Dorsey?
Yes.
Dear Director Dorsey, one further item on Amiri, the letter from the lab director containing rationale for denial of access to the lab. So I was giving it to him, right? Can you let me know whether I should proceed to consult with legal counsel on the academic options at this point? So this is where I was asking, if you can't get in the lab, what does this mean for your research? What does it mean for your student status? So that's what I was trying to understand at this time.
Yes. Can you please explain what was the rationale? The rationale that you are referencing
I
here.
would need to see the letter.
It is next page.
Oh, good. So this is the rationale. Number one, you don't have a supervisor in Mint, right? Number two, you're not being supported by any research funds. So you had mentioned that you have access to 15 labs, but the question is, do you have the right to use the labs? And he's saying here, if not being supported by research funds, you don't have a right to access in the lab. That's what the lab director is saying.
So that is acceptable rationale for you. But the correct information is that I had an advisor and I had a fund that I contributed to that fund. So I had a portion in that fund myself. The fund that I was using was the...
Those aren't your funds when you're not a student anymore.
But I'm a student.
On June 20th.
My position is that I was a student until 2018, until I filed the lawsuit. That time you dismissed me.
2017.
2018. You dismissed me on February 2018, not in 2017. That is my position.
Okay.
In 2017, you gave me a verbal warning that I should not enter to any building, and I did take it serious because I knew that you incarcerated another physics student based on...
Are you talking to me?
I'm explaining to you that you reference that...
Are you speaking to Dr. Suzuki right now?
Okay. Let's get back to this.
Yeah.
So the rationale that you are telling here is not correct. I'm rejecting that.
Okay. That is your right to reject that. I was accepting that and forwarding it to Director Dorsey. That was what I did at this time.
You did not get my side of view. You just forwarded the email of Dr. Suzuki.
I did.
And I had evidence that the email is wrong.
And that evidence would have come up in a grievance process.
Okay, we get back to that point
Yes,
again.
we keep getting back to that point.
No problem. That is your answer.
Yeah.
So, did you know that just a few days before this, on June 19, President Bell asked from Provost and Vice President Carvalho to investigate a theft incident in the Mint Center?
No.
But President Bell asked from Provost Whitaker and your associate provost.
Yeah, but I sure don't know everything that happens with Provost Whitaker. I have a very specific set of jobs.
But I reported that theft. You are
A theft, you say?
Yes.
Hmm.
I reported.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't know about it. I don't know about everything that goes to Provost Whitaker.
So when you talked to Dr. Han, he didn't tell you that I reported the theft incident in the lab?
I don't remember it. But I wouldn't remember it because it wouldn't have to do with my area. So I don't remember it. No.
I'm thinking that if I report a theft incident in Mint Center, the letter from Mint need to be considered a little bit more diligently, more carefully.
And that would have come up in the grievance process. If we were deliberating this, it would be in a grievance process. We were not in a grievance process. So I took this.
But when the president directly gives an order,
I wasn't in the loop.
but it is over grievance procedure.
No, it isn't. See, this is a fundamental misunderstanding. Fundamental to our conversation all day. You can't go skip the levels and say that the president can control the grievance process. It's not the way the process works.
Dr. Carvalho, theft incident cannot go through grievance procedure. Theft incident needs to be handled immediately.
So that certainly wouldn't be my area. So if you have a question for me, it probably wouldn't be about the theft incident.
But you are in contact with police department. You are recording.
I was giving him information related to the questions I had asked him, which were not related in any way to what you're talking about now.
No, it is all related to each other. You are reporting to the police department the communication I have with Mint Center.
I did.
And a couple of days before that, I reported a theft incident in Mint Center to President, and President asked from Provost and Vice President to investigate the situation.
Well, you would know more about what happened next than I would. I don't know what happened next.
What happened next is that a group of professors sent the police officers to my door. They took the keys and they stepped down Vice President Carvalho. They terminated few professors who was doing investigation.
Okay.
I'm going to object.
Is there a question for me?
No,
Okay.
you asked, I volunteered that answer. But
Soliloquy.
I will introduce exhibit number 11. This is one-page exhibit. Can you
Yes.
please tell me what is the content of this exhibit?
This was related to, I believe, an email that you sent to the office of the governor. Is that, I believe. And the office of the governor reached out to our government liaison official, R.B. Walker, and asked him, can you confirm who this is? And R.B. Walker asked me, can you confirm who this is?
Can you please read the email that was sent to you? It is one line.
RB asked me,
Yes.
he enrolled, which is a short way of asking, is he enrolled?
Yes, and the next answer, the next line is,
Brian Taylor had asked RB, can you confirm whether this person is in fact a doctoral candidate at UA Department of Physics? So then RB forwarded that to me and asked, is he enrolled?
could you please tell me, did you answer to this email?
I think I did. I generally answer RB Walker. But I don't have the answer in front of me. I assume that I wrote back to him and said he was and is no longer an enrolled student, because this was July 20th.
Is this the only email you received from Office of Governor KRB?
Yes. About you? Yes.
You did not receive any other email from them in the coming months?
Related to you?
Yes.
I don't believe I did, no.
So in September 2017 and October 2017, you did not get any email or any communication with Governor KRB's office?
I don't remember. I know that I read something that you had sent to the governor's office related to job creation in Alabama and a discovery you had made. What I don't remember, so because you're asking me this, I'm questioning, was that attached to this or did it come later? I don't remember, but I know that I had that communication. I never had any I never answered the governor's office directly. So I don't have correspondence with the governor's office. And I don't remember when I saw that letter, and I'm assuming that letter was the one that you sent to the governor where I saw that.
Yes, this communication here is on July 17. My question is, in August, September, or October 2017, have you received any email that being forwarded even to you?
If I did, I'm not remembering. So if you have one that I should look at, I'll gladly review it, but I'm not remembering any.
If there was one that was to her about you and it was not privileged, and I'm not saying that one has been withheld because of privilege, but if there was one to her that was not privileged, you got it.
So you remember that you answered this email?
I am assuming that I answered. I don't remember answering it, but I always answer. So
And it is not produced.
An answer to R.B. Walker?
Yes. It was not produced based on the court order on February 13th.
If there were privileged emails that she was involved with that involved counsel, they were not produced. Because if they're privileged, you're not entitled to those.
But the court order on February 13th
Correct.
tells that you should produce all of them, but you can black them. You can black the parts that are privileged. When you are not producing, it means that she did not respond. Is it correct?
I do not. I'm just telling you in general because I don't have the emails in front of me. Every email that she sent that had related to you, she received pursuant to the court's order, we produced, and if it was, as you can see, we redacted a blurb there because it was privileged. If the entire email was privileged, we did not produce the email.
But based on this court order, you can produce that email and redact all of the content. Is it correct?
If it's involved counsel, we did not. We did not produce it if it is a privileged email.
So she's telling that she answered to this.
No, I don't remember it, but I always answer emails. That's all I'm saying. I don't remember answering.
Most probably you answered that. What is your best guess? What is your best?
I assume that I answered it. I can't really guess. Maybe I don't know.
As I said, if she responded and it was not privileged, we would have produced it. And if she had responded directly to them without a lawyer involved, we would have produced it. So if she responded or if there was a response and it involved lawyers, and it was privileged, we did not produce it.
At the time of this email, there was no lawsuit. So
But
there is no attorney-client
there's
privilege.
attorney-client privilege when you are asking advice of counsel. There is a privilege there. So you're not entitled to emails between our client and our office.
At which time?
At any time.
At any time. If it involves them seeking legal advice, you're not entitled to those.
But the court order,
And the court ordered that, but the court's order does not preempt an attorney-client privilege.
reads that for the time period between January 1st, 2016 and February 28, 2018, as plaintiff requested in his fourth request for production.
Yep.
And my lawsuit started in March 2018. That is the first time I filed that. So this period that court entered order is outside of the time.
Does not mean that the emails are not privileged.
So
We have produced, and I was lenient and actually included emails where counsel is referenced, where whether or not they were going to talk to counsel about issues related to you. I erred on the side of producing more than I normally would. But if it was an email where it discussed where it was seeking legal advice and counsel was there, those are privileged emails, and you're not entitled to those emails. And again, if you want to call Judge Proctor's office and talk about it, I'm happy to do it.
Maybe that happened, and maybe I called him. I don't know.
But those emails.
But if I wrote an email, you'd have it unless it was privileged.
That's correct.
I'm producing exhibit number 12.
Sorry. Forgot.
So exhibit number 12 is 2 pages. In first page, there is an email that you send to
The registrar in my office.
Yes, on June 28, 2017. Can you please read that email?
Hi, Beth. Mr. Ali Amiri was dismissed from the physics doctoral program on 5/26. See email below. Following the Department Advisory Committee's April review attached. Will you place a hold on his registration for fall 2017 if he is not already registered? I'll let you know when we can send the letter to him informing him of this hold. We should not send it yet.
What is the reason that you should not send it yet?
Because I had not yet involved the Capstone International. I didn't have all the information in front of me. I wanted to make sure that we did not misstep with a letter that's so life-changing.
How you could make a mistake in sending that letter? I mean, if you inform me earlier, it is better, isn't it?
And only once the facts are all in front of me.
You mean in that point, in June 28, it was possible that you change your decision and not to send this letter?
Well, I was still learning facts. And I did not want to send the letter until I learned all the facts. But I also didn't want you to register for fall classes if you had been dismissed. So we were putting a hold on the record while we figured all of that out. But I did not want to send the letter until I knew what all of the pieces were. I was learning a lot in these days.
My question is, you tell that we should not send it yet. does it mean that it is possible that you change your decision and not to send it, or it was not possible?
It means I needed to make sure the department was acting appropriately before I endorsed it. And in the ways that I have described to you, consulting the physics handbook, understanding the chain of emails, and then I would send the letter. But I knew the letter would have a significant impact. It's life-changing. I wanted Capstone International involved. I wanted to know whether you would understand the consequences that it brought. So I wanted to have those conversations.
And how long it took for you to do all those conversations?
We sent the letter the next day, right?
Yes.
I was already having the conversations on this day. You've seen the conversations with Director Dorsey, conversations with Luahang, conversations with Charter in the Capstone International. Those were the conversations I had. That puts all the pieces together for me.
So that is the reason that you are asking her wait and not to send a letter.
Yes.
Can you see the next page? In the bottom, you send an email on Tuesday, August 29 to Morris Charter. Can you please read this email?
This is in August. And he emailed you on 6:30, right?
I don't remember.
Since your email to him on 6:30. So it says, "Hi, Charter. Can you update me on whether you've had any further conversations with Amiri, physics student dismissed in July?" It was actually the end of June, right? "Since your email to him on 6/30/2017, and has the information of his dismissal been communicated to SEVIS? I ask because he is seeking for the provost to reinstate him as a student. I wonder if he will have received any communication from SEVIS himself."
Did I ask from Provost to reinstate me?
I don't know. I assume so from this. I don't remember what prompted this email. Something must have prompted this email. I don't remember.
And in the first part of this email, you are telling that physics student dismissed in July.
It was actually June.
It was in June?
The date of my letter was June, right?
Can you go back to the previous page? It reads, "Hi Bess, Mr. Ali Amiri was dismissed from the physics doctoral program on 5/26.
Mm-hmm. I was referencing here my letter.
So, what is the date on your letter?
I thought it was 6/29, wasn't it?
It is exhibit number
6/29.
So we have 3 dates.
Yes. Yes, I should have said June here. Charter emailed you on 6:30. I had spoken with Charter before we sent this to make sure that you would have all the information. So when I sent you this.
When you're saying this, that's the June 29th.
The June 29th letter. And then Charter emailed you on June 30th.
Now, can you look at these 3 dates and let me know what is your final decision? What was the date for my dismissal?
June 29th.
Are you sure?
I guess I am. I don't know why you're asking. I feel like something might come, some new piece of information, but this is the date.
The date of dismissal from your point of view is June 29th.
This is the date that would have terminated your visa, that would have triggered the termination of your visa. You were dismissed from the physics program when Patrick Leclerc sent you the email.
Mm-hmm. That is 5/26. Is it right?
I think so.
You have all the
look?
dates in front of
Well,
you.
okay, I'll verify. Which one was that? Exhibit 3, page 8. April 28th was the committee report, and then Dr. Leclerc's email to you was May 26th, 5/26. Yes, let me leave it out.
So can you tell me when I was dismissed from University of Alabama?
June 29th.
So when you are writing to Mr. Charter, the student dismissed in July, this is not correct.
That is not correct. It was June.
Are you done with that? If you're done with that document, we've been going about an hour. I'd like to take a break. If you have more questions on that document, go ahead and ask. I don't want to interrupt your train of thought.
Just give me 5 more minutes.
Okay.
But in these dates, there was another incident when you told that we should not send that letter yet.
Now, that was in June.
Yeah. Please look at exhibit number 12.
Yes.
In June 28, yes.
Yes.
You are telling that we should not send the letter. Yeah?
On June 28th, but we sent it on June 29th.
Yes. But there was some other incidents going on that time. Most of your emails was on June 26th in the afternoon. Most of the emails we read today. In the morning of June 26th, there was an armed police operation that the police officers come to my door and took the key. And most of your communications, most of your meetings are after that one, in the afternoon of June 26th. And in June 30, there was another armed police operation that they attacked my resident again, and they entered to my house, to my apartment, without any warrant or court order. When you are taking that, when you are saying that, don't send the letter yet, is it possible that it is connected to the coordination with police department?
No. No.
So, in June 28, you knew that there was a police operation on June 26.
I knew they had taken your keys, denied you access to the lab. That I knew.
And gave me a warning that I should not enter to any building. You know that?
I don't remember if I knew that or not. I was only concerned with my part, which had to do with the lab.
So your statement is that in June 28, when you are telling that, don't send the letter yet, it is not related to the police operations,
No.
which was going to happen on 30.
Definitely not.
Did you know that there is a schedule to attack my residence again on June 30?
I had no knowledge of any police action that would happen that week. No. No.
Okay, we can go for the break.
This begins media unit number 4. We're back on the record at 2:31.
Yes, I'm introducing exhibit number 13. This is an email that you sent to Mr. Morris Charter on June 30 at 9:23 a.m. Can you please read the first paragraph?
Hi, Charter. Just FYI, I learned today that the letter from the graduate school to Amiri confirming the hold on his fall registration and his dismissal from UA attached was sent via regular mail, not email, yesterday. So he will not have received it. He only received the communication from his department chair. Do you want me to read the next paragraph?
No. So, in June 30, you informed that you learned that the letter that you sent in 29 will not reach to my hand by a few days at least.
Right. By the time Charter was communicating with you.
Yes. And the two police operations, which was done on 26 and 30, would be finished before that letter comes to me. Is it correct?
That's what you're telling me, but I really had zero knowledge of the police operations. None. What I was concerned about here was Charter's communication with you and making sure that you understood the situation you were in.
Yes, but do you confirm that by the end of June 30 in the afternoon, I would not receive your letter?
Unless the mail was very fast, I would assume that you would not have received the letter. And I wanted you to receive the letter at the time you were communicating with Charter, so that you would have the information you need.
Yes. Can you please read the second paragraph?
Because there was some ambiguity in the way the department email was written, I hope he understands that the department did not just withdraw financial support from the coming year, but actually dismissed him from the program.
Can you explain this statement?
Yes. In Dr. LeClaire's email, the phrase that dismisses you is the phrase that says, I am obliged to follow their recommendation. That isn't clear enough for someone who doesn't want to hear that news. And I wished it had been a sentence that says, you are dismissed from the program. This is a softer way of saying it, but I didn't know if you understood it because you were still going to the lab as if this hadn't happened. And I wanted you to understand the situation. As I said in the third paragraph, my letter was unambiguous. It would clarify the situation, but you wouldn't have received it yet. And so at this time, when I wrote this, I didn't know if you understood fully what the situation was, that you had been dismissed. I wasn't sure if you knew or didn't know. And I wanted you to know before you were talking to Charter so that you could make the decisions you needed to make.
Okay, so you are aware of the ambiguity in the email. You are aware that I'm using the lab still.
I knew they took the keys, so I assumed that meant something.
Mm-hmm.
I was asking about your denial of access to the lab. So no, I didn't know you were in the lab, but I assumed that you were acting as you had acted before, pursuing your research.
Can you read, please, the last paragraph?
The graduate school letter would clarify that, but he hasn't received it. So if you can assess whether he understands the situation or not, that would be helpful all around. I just didn't want you to assume that he is fully aware, as he might not be. If I need to clarify this with him right away, please let me know.
Thank you. So based on these emails that, and you didn't know about police operations as you claiming. So when I received your email, and up to that time, I didn't know that your position is that I am dismissed. Up to that time, there was 2 police operations. Both of them broke into my apartment without any search warrant and without any court order. And they even, I was a student that time. Everybody's position, at least on the surface, was that nobody notifies me, and the only email I received is from physics department that in your letter you are telling it is ambiguous. So it was possible that there was some bad incident happens. For example, if I was confronting those police officers, they would get me into custody. Do you think that university should be careful about these incidents?
Object to the form.
I would be speculating about that. I can't make any judgment about what the police are doing. I don't have any basis.
I mean, up to here, we come to the point that by the evening of June 30, I was not clearly understood that the university wanted to dismiss me. I was thinking I lost my financial support, yes. And up to that point, there is 2 police operations entering into my apartment. And if I was a little bit younger, I'm a mature man, I have a lot of experience. If I was a little bit younger, I would confront those police officers and they would take me into custody, and it is not fair. So the UA should consider these incidents and make some changes.
Is there a question there?
No, it was my statement.
Okay, then I object to his soliloquy.
Do you agree with my statement that UA should change some procedures?
No, I don't have. I wouldn't be able to agree or disagree without.
So you think that the UA should continue in this way, that they are doing their procedures with police officers, with everything that they are doing is correct?
Object to the form.
I don't have an opinion one way or the other. I really don't. I would need a lot more information.
Okay,
before
so
I could draw
do you
a conclusion. I don't have an opinion.
That is fine. Do you think I was treated unfairly or not?
Object to the form.
By the physics department or by the police?
By the University of Alabama as a whole.
I think, short answer, no. I think if you were treated unfairly, it would have come out in a grievance process. But you did not follow a grievance process. So then I have to assume that everyone acted within their scope.
So,
had you followed a grievance process, you might have more comfort with where we are now. But you chose not to follow that. You chose to take other avenues because your 2016 experience had caused you to lose faith in the grievance process.
I already made it clear that I did grievance procedure in both years, in my point of view at least.
Right, in your point of view, but
yes.
Unfortunately, your point of view on this is not the same as the university's point of view, which is that you did not follow the grievance process at all in 2017. In 2016, you did not continue the grievance process, but that I don't have all the facts about that, so I can't speak with authority on that. I can only say that in 2017, you chose not to follow the grievance process.
And
the grievance process is designed to ensure that everyone is treated fairly.
So we have different opinions because I am thinking in both years
yes.
I followed that, you are not. Still, do you think it is fair to incarcerate a student who fails to follow grievance procedure?
Just for the form. You were not incarcerated.
But
nor did it have anything to do with failing to follow the grievance
another
process.
student from physics department was incarcerated.
Okay, well, we're not talking about another student in the physics department.
But I was in danger of becoming incarcerated.
Okay, I understand that you feel that way, but your question was about incarcerating. Okay.
I mean, my question, I will change my question. Is it fair that you put a PhD student in the danger of becoming incarcerated because of not following the grievance procedure?
Well, it's not because of not following the grievance procedure. You're asking about two separate things and you're pushing them together, and they're not together.
Can you tell me what is those two things that are separate?
the incarceration, which is a complicated issue having to do with the keys to the lab and things that I don't know anything about, and the grievance process, which is about your dismissal from the program for failure to make progress toward the degree, which I do know something about. So you're asking me about something I don't know anything about, and then its connection to something that I know quite a lot about, and I can't connect them.
Can you tell me which part you know quite a lot about?
That I know that the department committee made a decision that you should be, a recommendation that you should be dismissed from the program, and that you were told that if you did not agree with that, you could use the grievance process, and that you chose not to use the grievance process, and that you were then suspended from the university. That is what I know. It's what I knew this morning, still know.
Do you consider this amount of knowledge quite a lot of information?
I do.
And you did not read my email in the same email chain, and you did not read any of the attachments I sent to your office, to Provost's office, and still you are thinking that you have adequate knowledge, quite a lot of knowledge in this matter.
Object to the form.
The way I would have learned more is through the grievance process. I would not adjudicate this issue outside the grievance process. So for all of the emails that you send me, I would not be making a judgment, because the grievance process is designed to make that judgment and that investigation thorough and fair and even-handed, and starting at the place where the action is closest and then moving up through the levels. And so I'm not at the level where I would step in. So that was your choice. That was a decision you made. And if you had made a different decision, then I would have been involved at some point, and then I would have been making a judgment or helping others make a judgment on all of those evidences. But that isn't the road we took. It is not the process you chose. So I didn't have a role because you didn't follow the process that would have given me that role. See? If you had asked me at the beginning, should I follow the grievance process, I would have said yes, follow the grievance process. And then that's what maybe you would have done. But Luo Hong Han did tell you that in 2017.
Have you listened to the audio tape that I recorded from Dr. Han and I sent it to Provost?
No.
You never listened to that? It is like a few minutes. What is the reason you did not listen to that?
I didn't know I never had them.
Why it was not provided to you?
Object to the
Because
form.
you didn't follow the grievance process. It would have come to me in the grievance process. It doesn't come to me outside the grievance process.
But I sent that audio tape to Provost to prove that the grievance process is not functional, and even if I started over from any procedure you are telling, it will never reach to you. It will be stopped somewhere. And as a proof, I sent you the audio tape that one chain of that grievance procedure is dismissing every grievance. They are not letting it to reach to higher authorities. That is why I'm directly contacting to Provost, and I'm sending a proof that is audio tape of Dr. Han, that he is talking and you know his voice. And you are telling me you didn't listen to that. I'm asking why you didn't.
No, it didn't come to me. It did not come to me. If it had come to me, I probably still wouldn't listen.
Yes, please, when you go home, listen to
I don't have it.
It is 2-3 minutes.
I don't have it.
The council can provide a copy to you. Okay, I'm going to introduce exhibit number 14. in the first page, there is an email sent in Tuesday, June 27, 2017. You send this email to Jennifer Greer. Can you please read this email?
Hi, Jennifer. The attached grad committee's assessment and the chair's email below effectively terminate Ali Amiri's student status. Do you want to run this by Norma during your regular meetings? Do we do this by email, or shall I consult with her? Let me know best next step in making sure we are able to communicate this clear decision to him and make sure he understands it, as well as notifying the visa office.
Here you are talking about a clear decision.
It was clear to me. What I said to Charter is there's ambiguity in the way the department email was written. The message is not ambiguous, but the way it was written is ambiguous. I can see that. I can see that you might not have realized. But it was clear to me what they did, because if you read the two documents together, it becomes more clear.
So the reason that you was thinking that it was ambiguous was that you didn't read two documents together?
No, it's ambiguous because Dr. Leclerc didn't repeat the word dismiss in his email. He only referenced the dismissal by saying, follow their recommendation. And that is a soft phrase.
How it become clear decision later?
It's clear to me. I could see how it would not be clear to you. It's clear to me, but because as soon as he says, follow their recommendation, I turn to what is their recommendation. The recommendation is that we recommend that the student should not receive financial support and should be dismissed. That's the recommendation.
So
and he says, follow their recommendation. So the way it is written can mask what it says, which is that he's going to follow the recommendation.
Yeah. So my question is that, is it a clear decision or it is an ambiguous letter?
It's both. It's a clear decision, ambiguously written.
Letter, yes.
It's an ambiguously written letter conveying a clear decision. The decision is clear. The writing is not so clear.
Okay. And you read that the chair's email below effectively terminate Ali Amiri's student status. What is the meaning of the word effectively terminating?
It means that the decision has been made. My letter was a process piece, but the decision had been made. But it was apparent to me that you might not have understood it. And that's what I was trying to figure out the best way to tell you this, what I knew would be very disappointing information to you. Jennifer has a lot of experience. I had been there less than a year, and I was asking her what exactly would be the next step, given that you had been terminated and might not know it yet.
So what is the meaning of the word effectively in more specific way? That what is the ineffective termination?
Effectively means, it means, how do I explain that? The chair's effectively, it's over, but the processes hadn't all been followed to make sure that was clear to you. We hadn't put a hold on your registration yet. We hadn't sent the letter. We hadn't terminated your visa. So while in effect you had been terminated, there were process pieces that had not yet been done. And I didn't know who had talked to you and how clear it was to you. So while in effect, that's what effectively means. In effect, the action had been taken. I wasn't sure what the next steps should be to make sure you knew.
So if the termination was not effective?
No, it was in a, that's the English issue. It means in fact. Well, in fact, you had been terminated.
So effectively here means in fact?
That's a better way to, yeah.
But you know that I was using the lab after that date.
I understood that from the fact that they were asking you to give the keys back. Then I assumed that you still had the keys.
But
that was an assumption on my part. I don't really know what you were doing in the lab. All of that is not known to me.
But there is a time period between that letter that you are telling that effectively terminated and the time that they asked me to return the keys. They asked me to return keys after President Bell ordered that Provost Whitaker and Vice President Carvalho should investigate the safety incident in the Mint Center.
And I really don't know anything about that.
Okay.
It's not my area of knowledge.
Then let's look at the next page. This is a long email, but can you tell who sent this email?
This is from Charter Morris in the International Office on June 30th.
And I underlined a few lines. Can you please read that?
Based on my understanding that you aren't being immediately dismissed, but rather won't be allowed to continue in the program this fall, you have a little time to make some decisions.
So Mr. Charter is telling that I'm not immediately dismissed?
He is saying which will likely lead to dismissal from the PhD program.
Yes, and okay, if you want to get that information, that paragraph, can you please read that whole paragraph?
To follow up on what I had hoped to discuss, as I noted, I have been informed that you have been dismissed from your program in physics, which will likely lead to dismissal from the PhD program.
Yeah. Can you please continue? Because
as you know, your F1 student visa status is tied to your studies and program. What I wanted to do is explore your options.
Yes. Could you please continue? You read the previous paragraph. Yes.
I hope everything is okay. That paragraph?
Yes. And he later on he tells that we won't have to terminate your F1 service record until the start of the fall semester, either when your dismissal goes into effect or when you fail to be able to enroll in coursework for the fall semester. That means that you have until August 23rd to take action, with your options being the following.
Right.
So he tells me that either when your dismissal goes into effect, and the date is for my dismissal goes to effect is August 23rd, based on this letter. Is it correct?
I'm having a hard time with that paragraph. He knew that you didn't have the June 29th letter. Right?
Okay. But I did receive your letter at this time.
By June 30th?
He knew that I will receive it in a day or in a couple of days.
He did know that, yes.
Yes. So.
But you remember from the other email, he opted not to terminate your visa until August.
Here, it is in
He
June.
did give you until August 23rd.
It is June 30, the whole July, and until August 23rd, it is more than 50 days, yes.
Yes.
In your email, you are telling me that you are writing this email and you are telling effectively terminated Ali Amiri's student status. But here he is saying that your dismissal will not go into effect until the date that he is mentioning is August 23rd.
He mentions August 23rd.
And both of you are using the word effect.
When your dismissal goes into effect.
Yes, this is Morris Charter. And you are telling that I was effectively dismissed.
Yeah, this is a tricky use of the word. Effectively, when I said it, meant that the action had been taken, but notifications had not been done. Bureaucracy had not been done. The hold was not on your account. I had not notified you. Only the graduate school can make the dismissal effective.
Yes, but I don't have access to you to ask what you mean. I read the letter.
So you had till August 23rd to take action on your visa.
My dismissal goes into effect based on Morris Charter on August 23rd. Is it correct?
So on August 30th, Charter said, I did give him until August 23rd.
No, my question is when my dismissal goes into effect. Up to here, we have 4 dates. We had 3 dates in previous letters. August 23rd is the 4th date. Is it correct?
Object to the form.
Charter is talking about your visa. I understand that he is mentioning the dismissal, but he knew you didn't have the letter. Your student status for the university terminated on June 29th. Is that my letter? Was my letter June 29th?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the date.
And this is June 30th, and Morris has all of your emails, and he knows you are sending me the letter. He has that letter, all those information he has.
Does he have the letter?
Yes.
Okay.
And he's telling...
He opted to give you until August 23rd to make your decisions. That was generous.
I don't expect that you, I want to stick with the letter we have. The letter says your dismissal goes into effect, and the date is August 23rd. So I need to have a strict date for my dismissal. What is that date?
Yeah. You did have a date for your dismissal. It was the date of the letter. This is related to him terminating your visa.
No, I'm not talking about visa. This is a long...
But he was talking about the visa.
Your question like 4 times.
He is talking about your visa. You are not.
So you think that he answered that?
I think she's answered your question about that date about 4 times. You don't like her answer, but she has answered it like 4 times.
I don't think I received my answer, but it is recorded, no problem. Let's go to the next page. Here we have another email sent from Charles Dorsey to you. Can you please read that email?
Dr. Carvalho, while reading your email, I became somewhat confused. Has AMA been officially dismissed from UA or just denied funding for the fall 2017 semester?
Who is AMA?
That's you.
So you choose another name for me to communicate with police department.
He referred to you that way. I did not choose that name.
So the police department does not use my name, but use AMA instead of Ali.
In this email, Charles Dorsey referred to you as AMA.
And why he's somewhat confused? Do we have any explanation for that?
Object to the form.
I would have to see my email here. Just cut off.
It is attached. It is new. But this is a clear decision based on your first email that you just read in this.
As I said, the decision was clear, the writing not so clear. So he was asking for clarification.
And Mr. Charles Doherty is somewhat confused, and he's asking, has AMA been officially dismissed from UA or just denied funding for the fall 2017 semester?
Right. He was asking for clarification.
Okay. Can you read the next sentence?
Also, I have a call into UAPD investigator, I guess that's Investigator Davis, to ensure he and I each have the most up-to-date information concerning this matter.
So in June 29, you have direct contact with the police department and with Investigator Davis.
Only with Investigator Dorsey. Only with Charles Dorsey.
But in this email, he is talking about Investigator Davis.
He mentioned him. I don't know who that is.
Do you know the Investigator Davis?
No.
Is the person who come to my door 2 times in that week.
No.
Yes, he came with some other officers, and they are the people who broke into my apartment. I'm introducing exhibit number 15. Can you please tell me what is this email?
This is you describing an audio tape from April 7th, 2017.
Have you seen this email before?
No, I don't believe I have.
And I sent this email to 4 people, including President, Provost, Director of the Mint Center, and another senior member of the UA. Can you please read the first sentence?
The attached audio tape is from our group meeting on the April 7th, 2017. It is a full audio tape, including the full length of discussion without any changes.
Have you received this audio tape from anybody?
No.
Can you go down one paragraph just to make it a little bit faster? In minute 3, can you?
In minute 3, Dr. Gupta uses the term dead end, which he usually uses when I talk about my career or my publication and so on. In minute 17, he repeats this term again.
Do you think that this report should be considered or not?
Considered for what?
That my advisor, I sent the full audio tape of a meeting, and I'm showing exactly in which parts my advisor is using improper word.
Dead end is improper word?
Whenever I'm talking about my publication, about my career, my discoveries, he's just throwing the word dead end. Do you think it should be considered or not?
Check to the form.
Yeah, the term dead end is not inappropriate to describe research that is not proceeding in the direction that the advisor thinks it should proceed. So, people use that term to talk about research that is going the wrong way.
Can you please read the next paragraph?
From minute 3 to minute 5, I am talking about a great discovery I have made in correlated electron systems. This is not from any of those 5 research topics. I have found these results based on my own theoretical studies and few simple experiments. I have some good data on this research. To get a complete set of data, I have designed another experiment which should prove my theory, and it will take 2 to 3 weeks to be done.
Yes, can you please read the next?
In minute 5, Dr. Gupta reminds me of the strain paper, which is rejected 2 times. It was a combination of 2 unrelated sets of data, and Dr. Gupta did not let me write 2 papers or dismiss 1 set of those data.
Yes. Here, these papers that was rejected. In 2017, in 2016, one of the matters that I brought into grievance procedure was these papers. I was able to write 2 papers, one on strain effect, the other on bending effect. The bending creates some strain, but it's totally different thing, different approach. Dr. Gupta told me you have to combine them because I'm advisor. I did that. We sent the publication. It was rejected. I asked him, can I separate them and submit 2 papers? He didn't let me. The second time, I submitted the same paper. I improved it a little bit based on what Dr. Gupta told me and submitted it again. And it was again rejected. And he still didn't let me to separate them and publish 2 papers. Do you think this is misconduct or not?
No.
Why it is not misconduct?
Because when there's a difference of agreement between a student and an advisor, the student needs to follow the guidance of the advisor. So in such a case, the student should say to the advisor, then what should I do? And the advisor should say, this is a dead end. You should stop working on this and do something else. Or here's some advice that can help you get this, move it forward.
True.
One or the other. But there are many differences of opinion between students and advisors. This is the crux of the issue we're talking about here. You did not agree with your advisor. This happens in many situations.
That is not true.
Okay.
The truth is that Dr. Leclerc talked to Dr. Gupta and asked them, please let him separate these 2 sets of data because it is not publishable. You know
But
that.
Dr. Gupta didn't agree.
He didn't agree. So he rejected Dr. Leclerc's suggestion. Then we had another meeting. We invited Dr. Sanjay Sarkar to come to our meeting. So 2 professors can convince Dr. Gupta to let me separate these 2 papers and publish both of them. And Dr. Gupta still did not accept. Do you think this is a misconduct or not?
I would not judge until I heard Dr. Gupta explain why he felt that way. I certainly could not make a determination based on what you're telling me without hearing what Dr. Gupta's rationale was.
Can you suppose that the information I gave to you is correct?
It's one side. It might be very correct, but it's one side.
No, it is. I mean, we cannot come together in another day. This is deposition. And it is proper that you assume that my information that I gave to you are correct.
I do assume that the
And
information
make
you
it-
gave me is correct, but I can't make a judgment on half of a case. I would need to understand why he said that. And you can't tell me why he said that because you disagree with him. So what your representation of his view...
I do not disagree.
Okay, well, I can't judge. So the
Then-
answer is, I don't know. I don't know if that's misconduct because I wouldn't have all the facts.
Well, in June 23, 2017, I sent you this email.
The key piece is still missing.
The audio tape is over there, the full audio tape without any change.
Again,
You didn't listen to that.
You're asking that we solve this outside the grievance process. The grievance process was your chance to have this heard and to make this case. That was your chance to make this case. You didn't use the grievance process.
I did use the grievance process. I told it several times, and you are just repeating your own point of view.
We're arguing at this point. So
No,
there's
I'm
questions.
just correcting that no
From your
misinformation will be
perspective, you've used the
recorded.
grievance process. Yes.
Yes, I'm just correcting it not to have misinformation in the record. May I ask you a question? That did you receive any information regarding Dr. Carl Pinkert that I'm trying to reach him or he's doing any investigation or any kind of information?
I knew that an inquiry had been made, but I did not have details and didn't want to know details unless they impacted what I was doing.
So you was not trying to have any effect on Dr. Pinkert's investigation?
No.
I'm introducing exhibit number 16. Here there is two emails. The email that is in the middle is the email you sent at June 29, 2017 at 1:14 p.m. Can you please read that email?
Hi, Jennifer. Regarding the attached email from Amiri from 6-1, he mentions that, quote, the NSF Inspector General will handle this case, end quote. Do you think I should forward this email to Carl Pinkert, both because of our own internal investigation and because of the reference to NSF involvement?
Thank you. And can you please read her answer, which was in the same day at 2:08 p.m.?
I would think it best that Carl nor anyone in his office sees this. That way they can't be accused of mishandling the second claim he has made because he calls the first report faulty. If the NSF Inspector General wants to look into it, we could tell Carl at that time. My general stance is not to share criticisms and threats of lawsuits or grievances with those who will ultimately make the decision unless there's a compelling reason to do so.
Thank you for reading this statement. Here, there is an email that you have in your hand and you want to forward to Dr. Vice President Carl Pinkert, and you was advised not to send it. Did you send that email?
No.
Do you think that not sending that email will affect Pinkert investigation?
Object to the form.
The reason that I was asking is because I felt that you were making a threat.
No, my question, do you think it will affect Pinkert?
Do I think it would have affected the investigation?
Yes.
I didn't have details of the investigation to know one way or another.
No, my question is clear.
Your question?
Yes
I
or
don't
no?
know.
Yes or no? I mean, do you think not forwarding this email to Mr. Pinkert, Carl Pinkert, will affect his investigation or not? Yes or no?
Object to the form.
I can't answer yes or no to that. I don't know. I don't have enough information about the investigation to know how it would influence it one way or another. What alarmed me was a threat that the NSF would become involved. And then it's Carl Pinkert's shop that would be involved. And I needed to know, does he need a heads up about this? It wasn't really about any current investigation. It was about the NSF being involved.
And you did not submit this to Dr. Pinkert to protect his
I didn't
interests.
submit it because Jennifer said not to submit it, because it was better for him not to be involved with that.
Do you think that the NSF Inspector General would be involved in this matter?
I have no idea.
So
I have less than no idea about
if
that.
the accusations are not true, they wouldn't come to be involved.
I don't know.
Object to the form.
I don't know how they operate When they would receive an email from you, I don't know what they would do next. I don't know how they probably have a process, and I'm unfamiliar with it.
Do you expect that the NSF Inspector General will come to UA to investigate the situation?
No, I don't
there
expect
is no
that.
merit on that.
I don't know what I would expect that they have a process to look into the merit. I would expect that, but I don't actually know.
Here, she writes to you that not to share criticism and threats of lawsuit. Is a lawsuit a threat?
People threaten to sue. So a lawsuit itself is not a threat, but one can threaten a lawsuit. And many people do.
Well,
They say, if you don't do what I want, I'll sue you. So that's a threat of lawsuit.
I understand that, but when a student is telling you that I will file a lawsuit, it means that he is demanding you follow the rule of law. It is not any kind of threat.
Object to the form.
But based on these quotations of threat, you convinced the police officers to attack my residence because I'm making threat.
Remember that I didn't have anything to do with that.
Is there a question? Are you asking her a question?
But you are not letting me finish.
No, it didn't sound like a question. If you're asking her a question, finish the question. If you're making another
Mr. Counselor,
soliloquy.
should you let me finish my statement, then you see if it is a question or not. You are cutting me in the middle of my
Because you made an incorrect statement. You said, because of this, the police. And remember that I didn't have anything to do with police action. It was happening separate from anything I was doing.
But Mrs. Jennifer Greer wrote this to you, and she's talking about threat of lawsuit.
Yes.
And there are other documents that we will reach to them that you finally become able to convince the police officer that I'm a threat. And that is why they come to my apartment. So you was not involved in any of them?
My conversations with Charles Dorsey were not about the police coming to your apartment. It was about whether you represented any threat because of the tone of that email, that paragraph. So what I was talking to him about was assessing the threat. It wasn't about taking police action related to access to the lab. These are separate things, again, that you're pushing together.
Do you think if the police officers will be convinced that I am a threat to the campus, they will not come to, they will not address the issue? They will not come after me?
Object to the form.
You're way out of my area of expertise there. That's why we have Charles Dorsey. I ask the question, is this person a threat? My knowledge stops right there. I do not go past that. I ask the question, and I trust that he will give me an answer that I need, and that is I feel like you think that my area of action or responsibility is bigger than it is, and it's not.
Have you tried to convince Charles Dorsey that I'm a threat or not?
I was not trying to convince him. I was asking him to assess so that I could go by what he says. I trust him to assess whether you're a threat or not. I was not trying to convince him that you're a threat.
Were you providing him with correct information?
With what information?
With the right information.
I was just forwarding the email.
But he was forwarding the emails that was receiving from one group of people in conflict, not the other group. You did not forward any of my emails to them.
I did forward your email.
The first one, yes.
Yes, your email where you said they shall see the consequences of their action. That's the email I forwarded to him. That's the one that seemed to me to represent a threat. It could be a threat, or it could be just a statement about the way the world works. I didn't know, so I asked him.
So you forwarded some of my emails and not
Just
the others?
I didn't.
So, for example,
He wasn't adjudicating. He was only deciding if you were a threat, if that paragraph was representing any danger to anyone.
But do you think that you should provide with the whole truth, not part of the truth?
Back to the form.
you are providing one of my emails to Mr. Charles Dorsey, not the other emails that shows the whole truth.
The rest of the situation is irrelevant to the question of whether you were making a threat of harm with that paragraph.
What was their answer?
Your threat level was deemed low.
How did they come to that conclusion?
I have no idea, and I never asked.
Did they send you email to explain to you the procedure?
No.
They never send you email to describe what they did?
No, and I don't ask. They just said the threat assessment is low. I was happy about that.
I'm introducing exhibit number 17. This is an email that you sent to a couple of people, including Dr. Han, on June 23rd, 2017. I'm sorry. Can you please read this email?
Hi, Lua Hung, CC Kathy. Kathy Pagani will be attending a behavioral assessment team BIT meeting today at 3:30. And it would be best to discuss Ali Amiri's situation with them if you feel he is in any way a danger to himself or others. As context for that conversation, can you forward Kathy any of the emails that you consider to indicate that he is reaching a danger level in his behavior, threats, etc.? She just needs one example. Thanks so much, Susan.
Can you please explain to me what you mean when you are telling that she just needs one example?
What I mean is, there was a lot of emails going around, and all she needed was a sample of your tone to...
Just one sample?
Just one sample.
And what was the consequence if there was one email of that kind?
I don't know. Each situation is handled very differently. I'm not part of the behavioral assessment team. I've never been to the meetings, so I don't know exactly what happens there.
So do you know whether she found one example or not?
I don't remember. The only paragraph I remember is the one in the email we've been discussing, where you talked about consequences.
So based on the documents you produced, she did not find even one example.
I don't know if Luo Hang sent her anything or not.
So you was not trying to find evidence to
against
prove
you?
Specific?
No.
I'm introducing exhibit number 18. So this is a letter in the first page from Charles Dorsey sent to you.
Ah, yes, we looked at part of this before. Yes.
Yes, in June 30. Can you please read that email?
Which one? AMA is meeting this morning?
No, this one here.
Yes, AMA is meeting this morning. This is from Charles Dorsey. AMA is meeting this morning with UA's International Service Director, Charter Morris, to discuss his options based on the F1 visa. I spoke with Charter and briefed him on the current status of AMA. I also notified UAPD to ensure their situational awareness. More to follow.
Okay, can you please explain what this email is talking about?
I can tell you what I think he is talking about. We wanted to make sure that someone had the conversation with you about your options, about the seriousness of the situation you were in. And the person to have that conversation was Charter Morris. And the reason is that he's the most informed one about what next steps would best allow you to maintain your visa status. So I could talk to you about what you can't do, but I couldn't really talk to you about what you can do. Charter can have that conversation and has had it with many students over the years. So what Charles Dorsey is saying here is that he let him know whatever the current status is, which is based on what I had said to him, this understanding that Dr. LeClaire did not reiterate the program dismissal. Remember, he didn't use the word dismissal. And so what I was saying is that you might not realize. And so this might be new news to you.
This is the email that was sent to you, so you didn't answer. I mean, this is the email that we are talking is these 3 lines that you just read.
Yes, but below that was my email to Charles that he was answering, that he was responding to, right? So what I was saying to him is, you might be surprised by this news when you go to Charter's office. That might be new news to you.
Okay.
And
can we get back to this email? And
so he said, I spoke with Charter and briefed him on the current status. I also notified UAPD to ensure their situational awareness.
Okay. Here, AMA is my name.
Yes.
That police officer gave. Why you should notify UAPD for a scheduled meeting? I mean, Mr. Charter scheduled a meeting with me, as you mentioned, to explain to me some facts. Why the UAPD is informed?
I contacted Charles Dorsey because I was aware that you had written an email that talked about consequences, possibly before you even knew that you were actually going to be dismissed from the university. And I thought you would already know because you would have received my letter. Then I realized you wouldn't have the letter. If you were surprised by this news and you were someone who had written an email about consequences, is that a threat? Is that a dangerous situation for the person who's about to give you very bad news?
Do you consider your answer as an answer to my question, or it is different?
Maybe
subject?
You better repeat the question.
The question is, why you should notify UAPD, the police department, for a scheduled meeting?
I notified Charles Dorsey. I did not notify UAPD. I notified Charles Dorsey.
Okay.
Because in a situation where a student is going to get very bad news, I want Charles Dorsey to know about it. And Charles Dorsey knows about it and says, I have notified UAPD to ensure their situational awareness.
The very bad news was on June 26th that the police officers attacked my apartment.
That wasn't the bad news I was referring to. The bad news I was referring to is that you were dismissed from the university.
I think my statement was clear as well. So please let me tell you.
Now ask me a question. As I'm you're again conflating these things I have something to do with and things I have nothing to do with.
Well, So let me ask you questions
Okay.
and answer that. On June 26th, my apartment was busted, and I get a notification from police, a warning that I should not enter any building in the campus. And this email chain shows that Mr. Morris scheduled a meeting with me. And I was going to attend that meeting, but about 1 hour before the meeting, I was thinking that they notified me not to enter to the building. So I didn't go to that meeting. But UAPD was informed about this meeting, and if I was going to go to that meeting that Mr. Charles Morris has scheduled with me, and I was trusted him, the UAPD was going to take me into custody because I entered one of the buildings. And this email shows that you was informed about this incident. Do you accept that?
No.
Object to the form.
Again, I was not involved in anything related to UAPD and your apartment in the same sentence. As soon as you say UAPD and apartment, I'm out of it.
But this...
I understand what you're saying about why you couldn't attend the meeting. I understand that.
But that is not the point. You are,
Okay.
My point is very clear.
Yes.
In this 3 line that you read, there is a meeting set up with me that
Yes, there was.
need to enter into a building. And the UAPD was informed that I'm about to enter that building. And I had a warning from UAPD not to enter to any building. So my rational conclusion is that if I was going to there, the plan was to incarcerate me, to just take me into custody because I did not pay attention to the warning.
I could see why you would think that, but I was not aware of that,
Yes.
and you didn't tell Charter that.
But now that you have this information, do you think I was right or not?
Now that I have this information that you're giving me today, I think you were right not to go, but you should have called him and kept the appointment by phone because you had important decisions to make, information to receive and decisions to make. And you didn't email him, and you didn't call him, and you didn't go. And so we could not help you with next steps. We were moving forward with how to help you understand your situation.
But you know that I called him and I emailed him both. I both emailed him and called him, and those emails and the call was forwarded to you in the email that Charter wrote to you.
The one where he said you didn't come to the meeting?
But I called, yes, he tells you that Ali Amiri didn't come to the meeting, but he called me and
Later.
he made clear that he will make a lawsuit against the university. And he did not take any of the options I gave to him, and he made it very clear.
I do remember that.
So I called him.
Later.
In the same time. I didn't go there, but I did call him. In the time of meeting. Maybe 15 minutes later.
We've been going about an hour and 10 minutes, so let's take a break.
Okay, let's take a break.
We are going off the record at 3:36. This begins media unit number 5. We're back on the record at 3:43.
Yes, let's start with exhibit number 18 that we had. In the first page, in the bottom, you send the email to Charles Dorsey. That is on June 29, 2017 at 5:44 p.m. Can you please read the first paragraph of that email?
Hi, Charles. AMA has been dismissed from the university in addition to the denial of funding. While Dr. LeClaire did not reiterate the program dismissal in his email, he did reference that he would follow the recommendation of the committee, and he attached the committee recommendation, which I attach here to this email. That document contained the names of the faculty members who made the recommendation for dismissal, and that is the reason that both Dr. Henderson and Dr. Townsley expressed their concerns about the implicit threat in the email of, quote, seeing the consequences, unquote, of the action. I hope this helps clarify the chain of communication. Glad to answer any further questions.
Yes, you are talking about Dr. Henderson and Dr. Townsley expressing their concerns about the implicit threat in the email. And this is the only thing that you are sending, seeing the consequences. Do you have the full sentence of this? Because you are quoting just 3 words.
Yes, but below this, on the bottom of that same page, was my email to Charles Dorsey, where I said, who shared with me the attached email he received from Amiri on June 1st in relation to the notification of his dismissal. Yesterday or today, Dr. LeClaire also shared this email and photograph with the faculty members on the advisory committee who wrote the recommendation. 2 of the faculty members, Dr. Dean Townsley and Dr. Condor Henderson, told him they felt threatened by the content of the email, the tone, and the reference to the artwork. Specifically, they pointed to his statement that they will be held responsible, quote, and that, quote, they will see the consequences of their unethical action, unquote. As a result, Dr. LeClaire reported the email and the faculty members concerned to Officer Davis at UAPD as this relates to Mint Center research. So I sent him that. Then he asked the question, can you clarify, is he dismissed or is the funding pulled? And then I answered that question. And I referenced the implicit threat in the email of seeing the consequences. But he already had that. He had your full email.
Can you please look at exhibit number 3, page 10, the last page?
Yes, that's the email that he had. The June 1st email.
So you consider this email as a threat. And those 2 people was kind of threatened by this email. Well, the second paragraph reads, from these 5 people who have signed the false document, Dr. Okada is on my dissertation committee, but the other 4 people do not have any information about my research, or basically they don't know anything about me. And I don't know them as well. But based on my general information, all of these people are decent people. And I have heard more or less positive things about them from their students. If they can sign a document without having enough information about the content, what the rest of the people can do.
Right, that paragraph is not threatening. It's the next paragraph that is more threatening, where you say the people who signed this document should be held responsible, and they have to give the reasons for their actions, and naturally they will see the consequences. That's the sentence that references directly the people who signed that document. And you can see now, I'm sure, how that could be frightening.
Let me read that exact sentence. You just quoted 3 words of it in your letter. So that part is, and I think the people who signed this document should be held responsible, and they have to give their reasons for their actions. And naturally, they will see the consequences of their unethical action. Do you think this is threatening?
I think it could mean one of 2 things.
No, do you think it is threatening, yes or no?
It's not a yes.
These are not yes or no questions. I'm a complex thinker. Listen to me. It might be a threat. It might not be a threat. If I knew you, if I grew up with you, I would know how to read that. But that sentence alone, I would say that could be a threat, or it might mean that naturally life will show them the consequences of their action, or it could mean consequences are coming. Watch out. I don't know which thing it meant.
When you're reading an email, you should consider the email. You don't need to know me. Everything is written there. The email I wrote, I think the people who signed this document should be held responsible. This is the way I'm thinking. It is clear.
It's not clear. Does that mean that you are going to hold them responsible, or that they should be held responsible by the university? Which does it mean?
The university should hold them.
That isn't what you said. But what you said was quite vague. They should be held responsible. That could mean that you were going to hold them responsible, or it could mean the university. If you had written it the other way, I wouldn't have read it as a threat.
Well,
But
other people can, I mean, we will go to the court and juries will judge. If a person is telling that, I think the people who signed this document should be held responsible, and I'm writing it to higher authorities, it means that those higher authorities, I'm telling them should. I'm telling to higher authorities that
And
these
if you're explaining
people,
yourself, you have every right to do it. But if your explanation is leading into a question, then continue.
no, I'm making a statement and you are stopping me.
And I understand. Deposition is not the time for you to make a statement of your
But
case.
deposition
if you're making
is
a
not a-
statement, and then you're asking your statement as part of a question. Okay, but if you're just making a statement explaining why you don't think that is threatening, that's not a deposition.
Mr. Counsel, I have the right to make a statement, and you should
don't
not
have a
interrupt
right-
me in the
No,
middle of
you do
my.
not have a right to make a statement as in your deposition. You have the right to ask her questions, and she answers your questions. But the deposition is not the time to go into a soliloquy about your views of why that was not a threat. If you notice, when I deposed you, I asked you questions. I didn't give 2-minute intro statements into a question. I ask you a question. I've given you a ton of leeway to give an explanation and then ask a question. This one sounded like you were just making your explanation.
Okay,
as
so what
part
is
of
the
a
question?
statement. So if there's a question, ask the question.
Are you finished?
I am.
In the last 5 minutes, Mr. Counsel, you cut my talking, my statement few times. When I'm waiting for you to finish, it is appropriate if you wait for me to finish and not to jump into the middle of my statement. Whether that statement is in response to your question or your argument, or it is another statement I'm making in another occasion. So it is, please, if it is possible for you, do not cut me when I'm talking.
Ask her a question. If you ask her a question, I'm not going to cut your question off.
Yeah, would you please not to cut my statements when I'm making a statement? Can you please wait until the end
I
of
can't agree
that?
that I'm not going to cut a statement off because this isn't the time or the place to make statements. It's your time to ask questions. I'm not trying to, and I would like to stop talking so you can ask questions and we can get done. So I'm done talking. Ask a question.
No, I'm asking you, would you please, all the time, that whether I am talking or witness is talking, you wait the person who is talking finish, because in some occasions you are coming into the middle of the testimony of the witness, and sometimes you are cutting my words. When I'm talking, you are coming in, and you are not waiting I finish or the witness finish. Could you please, since now you do not come in the middle of the talk?
If I have come into the middle of your answer during the course of the day, I apologize. I did not think I had done that. I know I've objected to form. I've tried to do that quietly so that I did not interrupt you. I've tried not to interrupt a question other than to put an objection on the record when you were done. When you start talking and you go on for 30 seconds a minute, yes, I will try not to interrupt there, but if it's not leading to a question, I am going to object.
Well, now you made a statement and you was pointing to witness and you are apologizing from the witness for cutting her testimony. Is it correct?
I did apologize to her if I cut her off.
Okay, because your voice only is being recorded and your picture is not being recorded. So based on the transcript, they don't know that you did apologize for the witness. For the
record, I raised my hand and I did point at the witness when I said I apologize if I've cut you off. I didn't think that I had today. So again, my hand now is pointing toward Dr. Carvalho. If I have cut you off today, I am sorry. I didn't think that I had.
And then you rotate to me and continued your answer. Is it correct?
And then I did rotate in my chair and faced you directly because I was facing Dr. Carvalho when I was talking to her. I do try to look at the person that I'm talking to.
Okay. Can we continue, please?
Please go ahead.
Yes. The next email in the same page, in the bottom, is an email from you, Dr. Susan Carvalho, sent to Charles Dorsey. Can you tell me what is the subject of the email? You can read it. The
I have to
subject-
read. Well, I have to read
just
from the
one-
bottom.
The subject is 5 topics for one dissertation.
Yes, I believe that was your subject line.
No, please.
Yes, it
look
was
at-
your subject line, and we forwarded your emails on, so they all carry that subject line.
Does it mean that you have this email?
Yes, I sent it to Charles Dorsey.
This email had about 10 attachments that describes 5 different topics. Did you take a look at those attachments?
I don't remember.
But you wrote this email to Mr. Charles Dorsey, and this email contains a huge amount of information that previously in your testimony
Yes.
you told you don't have.
I don't remember if I read them. I don't remember if I opened them. If they related to your research, they would not be relevant to me. If they were voice recordings, I didn't listen to them. Were the voice recordings part of the attachments?
Yes.
I didn't listen to them. I heard your voice for the first time today. But I did forward it. It says here the email chain below and its attachments. But remember, I'm not judging your case. You're not pleading your case to me, and I'm not reading all of that.
But I received the only official email from you, and you did not read any of my emails.
That is correct. Because again, the grievance process would have been where I would have heard all of that.
And you did not listen to any of the audio tapes I sent.
Again, I don't know if I had them or not, but I would not have listened to them because we were not in a grievance process.
But you are sending my dismissal letter based on exaggerated emphasis on your version of grievance procedure. Because I'm saying I did grievance procedure.
So what is the question for me?
Do you think your decision is correct or
Yes.
not? In the next page, there is an email from Charles Dorsey. It is dated Friday 23rd, 2017, and he sent it to you, to Susan Carvalho.
The one at 6:26 p.m.
Yes. Could you please read the first paragraph?
Yes. On 4/26/2017, the Office of Threat Assessment, OTA, became involved in this matter at the request of UA's Compliance, Ethics, and Regulatory Affairs Coordinator, Dr. Marcy Huey. Based on this inquiry, the OTA conducted its standard background examination regarding AMA CWID 113-42916 from a behavioral threat assessment perspective. After a thorough review of all available documented information, AMA's risk of committing a violent and/or assaultive act was placed at the low level. How much? Keep reading?
That is okay.
Oh, good.
Can I see that again?
So in this letter, Mr. Charles Dorsey is explaining to you which procedure they took. And it is on 23rd. And he's telling you that my threat level is low. So the accusations are not correct. So I'm not a threat. But the previous emails that we just read was dated after this. You are insisting to him that two professors considered my email a threat. Is it a correct action that you did?
When I wrote to him, I was informing him that I had learned that those professors felt that email to be a threat, and I shared their concern. I also felt that it could be threatening. And he said they had already looked into your situation, which I did not know, and that you were not a threat. I was not insisting to him. I was only explaining. Thank you for your note.
But your emails to
So when I wrote to him, I did not raise the question of threat. He wrote to me and said your threat level was low, and I sent to him the email. I said why those people felt threatened. I was not insisting to him. I was making sure that he had that information because he was referencing an earlier look at your situation. So I was making sure that he saw this.
please take a look at dates. In 4/26/2017, they did an assessment.
Yeah, that was a long time before.
Yes, and they told that it is in low level. Is this correct?
Yes.
And on June 23rd, they answered that to you that this person is not a threat to campus. But you are continuing your emails to him until June 30.
I wrote to him on June 23rd about your email of June 1.
Yes, I believe we started from later dates and we went back.
Right, you have to read from the back.
Actually, it was good that we started from later time,
Okay.
so we can reach to some point. So, can you please continue from where you continue the rest of the email? There is one more paragraph.
Based on the provided information to date, the OTA has no reason to change AMA's behavioral risk level. Regarding your other questions, the state admission of the OTA has no responsibility to become involved in academic misconduct decisions. The current policies of the Department of Physics and Astronomy should dictate the future status of AMA within that department. The OTA would be happy to meet and further discuss this matter if deemed appropriate. Please advise of any additional questions and/or comments regards Charlie Dorsey.
So basically, they are telling that the academic situations should be done through grievance procedure. So grievance procedure is not only for the student, the professor should have a grievance procedure as well. If there is an academic problem between a professor and a student, the professor cannot just dismiss the student. He can start a grievance procedure as well. The police department is not here to solve the academic problems.
Is that a question?
My question is that do you accept that the faculty members who doesn't like a student for any reason, is there any procedure that that faculty member should go through that?
No. He wasn't talking here about the grievance process. He was talking about the questions I asked him. I asked him 4 questions, and he said, those are not my job.
Yes, that is exactly. When it is not.
He said, ask the department.
So when it is not the job of police officers, then you should have a procedure to solve those problems. Is it correct?
Yes.
This is academic problem. You need to have a procedure for academic problem.
The current policies of the department dictate the status. The policies of the department are the committee will meet, determine whether you're making timely progress toward a degree. If you are not, you are dismissed from the program. The handbook says it. Those are the current policies. We followed those policies. If you don't like the decision, then you use the grievance process. But that's not what he's talking about here, and it's not what the professors would do. The professors will follow the handbook. If you don't like it, you initiate grievance. But he's not talking about grievance here. He's saying the policies of the department, which means the handbook. See?
Do you think you address the question or you give more broader answer to me?
I think I addressed the question.
So the police department is telling you that the academic problems should be solved through academic means. The police will not come to solve.
I think we would understand each other better if we use their words.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
He said the current policies of the department should dictate the status of AMA. That's what it says.
Yes.
And that's what we did.
No, that is not what you did.
Okay.
You continued.
Again, it's not an argument.
It is not
a question. Ask a question.
Okay. Then it is what you did. Why in June 29, you wrote another email to him saying that 2 of the faculty members, Dean Townsley and Dr. Connor Henderson, told him that they felt threatened by the content of the email, the tone, and the reference to the artwork. Specifically, they pointed to his statement that they will be held responsible and they will see the consequences of their unethical action.
Mm-hmm.
So this is in June 29, 1 week later, you are sending to him.
Your June 1st email, yes.
Yes, June 1st. So you are trying to convince him that this is a matter that should be handled by police department because there is a threat.
Are you asking me?
Object to the form.
Do you accept this statement is correct? Was you trying to convince the police officers that
No.
this is a threat?
I wasn't trying to convince the police officers it was a threat. I was trying to make sure Charlie Dorsey had read this. That's the only thing I was trying to do. Charlie, did you read this paragraph? That's all.
You didn't say. You quoted few words.
And
of my
I
email.
sent him the email.
Yes, in the email.
I sent him the full email, and I referenced that paragraph.
And you choose few words to show that this is a threat. This is not a.
That's the part that's a threat, yes.
So the police department is telling you on June 23rd that the current policies of Department of Physics and Astronomy should dictate the status of AMA.
Again, they are
And you are-
answering about these 4 bullet points. These 4 bullet points are not about that paragraph. These 4 bullet points are about your access to labs. It's a totally separate question. So,
My question is very clear.
Yes.
Did you try to convince police officers
No.
to attack my apartment or not?
No.
Okay, that is answer. Let's go to the next page. I don't think we need to continue on this
Oh, tired of that
document.
one. Let's go to 19.
Okay.
Do you have another page of stickers? Oh, you do? Excellent.
Exhibit number 19. This exhibit number 19 is 2 pages. Can you please tell me what is there in the first page?
Hi, Luahan. Can I call you at 2:30 to discuss Ali Amiri? Thanks. Susan.
Yes, but this is showing a meeting between you and the consul, Jared Miller.
No, that's because your emails were downloaded onto Jared's computer, and when he forwarded them to be copied or to be put into PDF to produce, his name stayed at the top. So he was not involved in the stuff back in 2017. That was ended up there when as part of the production.
Would you let me to read that document? The subject is phone call R.E. Ali Amiri. Location. Susan will call. Start Monday 6/26/2017, 2:30 p.m. End Monday 6/26/2017, 3 p.m. Meeting status. Meeting organizer. Organizer is Susan Carvalho. Required attendees is Dr. Han. So you had a meeting with your consul, Jared Miller.
No. No. As he just
to you
explained,
why Jared
that just
Miller's
ended up.
name is there. Jared was not involved in the meeting. That was ended up there because Jared reviewed your emails there on his computer and forwarded them to be put into PDF by our paralegal. When it forwarded from his computer, it put his name at the top. So that is the reason his name is there. It has nothing to do with the email itself or the calendar. It's purely a result of the review was done on his computer and he forwarded it to be put into a PDF and produced.
So you claim that these two meetings is not with the council, it is with the professors.
Absolutely. This was a phone call between myself and Luahang, and this was a meeting with Luahang and Patrick. Jared Miller, I don't know who that is.
That's Jared.
Oh, sorry. That's Jared.
And yes, I pointed at Jared Miller, who was sitting to my right.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
I knew you were Jared, I just didn't connect it with this. Yeah.
I will introduce exhibit number 20. Exhibit number 20 is 2 pages, and it is 2 pictures from the same bulletin. The bulletin is the bulletin for the Mint Center. The name of the professor who usually uses this bulletin is Dr. Gary Mankey, and his name is visible on top of the bulletin. And I will ask you a few questions. The first page. This is an email that forwarded to you, and it is from UA Production. So you have seen this email, you have seen this picture. Is it true?
It was, yeah, it came to me with this email.
So have you seen this email before?
Yes.
Have you discussed the content of this picture with other people involved in this matter?
Other than what?
I forwarded this email to Charlie Dorsey, and I talked about this email with Patrick and Luahang, but I wasn't as concerned with the picture as with that paragraph. So I don't believe I discussed this picture.
So this is a picture of a Grim Reaper that was there for 5 months. So
That's what you mentioned.
What was your discussion with Dr. Han and Dr. Leclerc about this picture?
We didn't discuss this picture. If we did, I don't remember it. My concern with Patrick Leclerc and Luahang was about your status as a student. This picture was not a big part of my thinking.
But why it is not a big part of your thinking? It is a Grim Reaper.
Because I don't know how Gary Mankey was involved, or who drew this, or why you're including it, or why it's related. I didn't see any explanation. You said you attached it, but then the things you said about it were vague and unconnected to the issues at hand. You said special artwork, and I have some other artworks of this artist. I didn't know who that is, but that's a line of inquiry that didn't concern any decision I was making, any action I was taking. So this was not a big part of my decisions.
Can you explain why a poster of a Grim Reaper should be in the bulletin board of the Mint Center for 5 months? Doesn't it concern you?
No.
But he has a sand clock in his hand.
Yeah.
And he has another weapon in his hand.
I thought it was Father Time.
Doesn't that threaten you?
It did not threaten me.
But my email that I'm saying these people are decent people and they should be held responsible by higher authorities, it is threatening. But this Grim Reaper with a sand clock in his hand and the cold weapon in his other hand is not threatening. But my email that I'm already telling, I think these people are good people.
Is that a question?
No,
I mean, I would interpret all of that differently. I could tell you why I
don't-
think this is not threatening, and I can tell you why I think this paragraph is threatening.
So
But the way you just represented it is not the way I see
then
either
let
one
me-
of those
then
things.
let's make it concise. Do you think this picture is threatening for an academic university, for a university?
No.
So it is okay to have this picture in the bulletin.
Without further context that would make it nefarious, I think it's okay. If there were any context that made it nefarious, like someone, put it on your desk or put your name on it, or you knew who did it, or it was aimed at you in some way, maybe I would read it differently. But by itself on a wall in a hall, no.
Do you think this specific image was intended for a specific person, or do you think it is just a general picture?
I have no idea or information about it being intended for a specific person.
Do you know why I take a picture from that?
I don't.
Don't you think logically, I mean, you are a professor, that if I'm taking a picture from that, probably it is related to me, and I took this picture in 2015. If I'm keeping it for 2 years, it should mean something. Isn't it correct?
Object to the form.
Again, I wasn't judging your case. You weren't presenting a case to me. I wasn't drawing a judgment about it.
But
So no, this was not a part of my decision making. It was not a question I asked of myself or of others. No. Do I think I should have? No. If it happened again, would I? No. Do you think I should have? Probably.
Okay. Please take a look at the next page.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, have I seen this one?
No, you didn't see this one. Can you please read what is written in the bulletin?
It says the pain is part of the reward.
Do you think that this statement should be written in the bulletin of a research center?
I don't have a specific problem with it unless it were aimed at relating to some specific situation that I don't have a context for. By itself, I don't have a problem with it.
Do you know that I took a picture from that?
I know that you're telling me now that you took a picture of that.
So it means that it was directed to somebody, and most probably that person was me, that I'm taking the picture to have in my record. Is it correct?
Object to the form.
If you say so.
Why?
I don't know. I don't have any reason to think it was directed at you besides you telling me that you think it was.
So this professor is talking about a pain,
Who is this? I don't even know who it is.
and you don't care as well.
It doesn't have anything to do with decisions I make.
But as a high-rank official in the University of Alabama, when you see this poster, do you take any action?
No.
So these kind of posters is commonplace in the University of Alabama, and it is okay. Yes.
Object to the form.
I would not take any action. You're asking me if it's commonplace? I don't know.
Okay, you wouldn't take action. That is correct, and you didn't take action.
I don't think I saw this, but if I did, I wouldn't take action.
Yes. Do you know if anybody asked from Dr. Mankey what he means by this statement?
I don't know.
What is your understanding of this statement? General understanding, what you understand from this?
What I would assume is that writing a dissertation is hard, but you get a PhD at the end. That's my interpretation. If I knew they were talking about a dissertation.
But why writing?
Maybe they're talking about exercise. How do I know?
But the pain is different from difficulties. Difficulty is not pain. Pain is when you cannot do anything about something.
Well, we're parsing this quite a lot now. I've done an analyst of that kind.
Okay, no problem.
It's interesting to talk about, but
Do you think this environment is a healthy academic environment?
I would need more than that to judge whether this is a healthy academic environment.
Would you search for those information?
No.
Why?
If a student had an issue, they would present it in the grievance process and present this as part of the evidence and explain why they think this relates to them. And then Professor Gary Mankey would say who wrote it and why and when, and this would be heard. And if at some point that came to me, I would hear all of that and derive some conclusion, but that's not where we are.
Dr. Carvalho, I'm not asking about a student. My question was that, do you think this environment is a healthy academic environment? It is both,
I cannot draw a conclusion about the health of this academic environment based on this picture.
even the relation between professors, you cannot judge that there is some problem going on because a professor is talking about pain, Grim Reaper, and nobody asking him anything. The bulletin is a place that you communicate with other people. The communication is about pain. It is about a sand clock that a Grim Reaper has in his hand. Do you think this kind of environment is an environment that should be recognized as an academic environment?
Object to the form.
I would, again, not draw a conclusion about something as important as healthy academic environment based on these pictures.
Well,
Absent a broader context. You're asking me a question I can't answer.
okay, but then at least let me make a statement on the record.
Okay, are you making a statement or asking her a question?
I'm making a statement on the record to make sure all the information are on the record.
Again, this is not, you don't make statements in it when you are taking a deposition. You ask questions. So if you're going to make a statement, I object to you making a statement. I have no objection if you want to ask her a question, but I do have an objection if you were going to make a statement.
I see. Do you know in this environment, 3 professors was terminated at
No.
June 2017?
No.
Do you know in this environment, 3 people, 1 professor and 2 students who was working on National Science Foundation project was terminated?
No.
Object to the form.
Do you think you should try to find information about this situation?
No.
Why do you think that you shouldn't find more information?
Why? Because it doesn't relate to my area of responsibility.
Do you think who should take, action in this regard in the University of Alabama?
I think the appropriate people are watching those processes.
Who are they?
Well, it depends on why they were terminated. Probably the dean of the college.
No, we are not talking about termination.
Oh, so we're talking about the faculty members who were terminated.
Oh, I was thinking he's talking about my termination. So, I'm talking about June 2017, okay? You are high-rank official in the University of Alabama. Do you have information who should take action in these cases? When there is a clash between 2 groups of professors, who should enter and stop this confrontation between 2 groups of professors? So,
if there's a confrontation between 2 groups of professors, the department chair handles it. If the department chair is too involved, then the college dean handles it.
if the dean of college is involved himself, who should handle that?
If the dean of the college is involved, then the provost would handle it.
Did the provost handle that?
Was the dean of the college involved?
Yes.
I haven't seen that.
I sent direct emails to provost informing him.
That's not sufficient.
What is sufficient? I sent the audio tape of the people in the Department of Art and Science, including the Associate Dean Han, which he is
in 2016, or are we talking about 2017?
The audio record of him that I recorded was in 2016 that he was associate dean.
Yes.
When I
You said
sent
the
it,
dean was involved. Did you mean the associate dean?
I recorded the voice of associate dean. The dean himself didn't give me a meeting time. And I reported this situation to provost and president, telling them that there is
Right.
a
We're back to the
confrontation.
same point.
Yes. So you believe that provost should take action in these cases? Is it correct?
No.
So
Again, because what you did was send a pile of information to someone who was not next in the grievance process. The grievance about your dismissal needed to start again.
Dr. Carvalho, I'm not talking about grievance. I'm talking to you about confrontation between two groups of professors.
Then they needed to handle that.
Who need to handle that?
The groups of professors need to initiate a grievance
Well,
if they
they
want to do
handled
that.
it very perfectly. One group terminated the other group.
Okay, we're way out of my range here. Way out of my range.
Okay.
Out of your range, and it's pure speculation, and you have.
I provided
no basis.
documents.
Yeah. Okay. What time do you have to start shutting down? Okay.
I'm introducing exhibit number 21.
Can I see that? Okay. No. This is a news article from January the 17th of 2019. Tell me how this has anything to do with the procedures for your dismissal or your dismissal in 2017.
The procedure that this person is selected took more than 1 year.
Okay.
So when the procedure for selecting this person started, I was still a student in the University of Alabama.
Okay, no, I'm not going to let her answer any questions about that.
So this will be on the record, but you are not letting me answer.
Well, that goes back. I'm assuming you're saying that he's the one who replaced Dr. Finker, and I already said earlier I wasn't going to let her ask questions about that procedure.
I'm introducing exhibit number 22.
We not already talked about the 27th, 2017 emails today?
Yeah,
That
we
is the
have.
exhibit. Do you have any objection?
I object to the fact that you've already asked her a good number of questions over half an hour about those emails or a string of emails from April of 2017 that she's not copied on and hadn't seen at the time. But go ahead and ask questions.
Yes, my question is, does it create a right for you to make an objections for 1 minute, 2 minutes, and use the time of deposition? I did not ask any question about this. You are making objection. What is the reason?
You offered it to her as an exhibit. I have the right to object to an exhibit. I objected to the exhibit. Ask a question if you want to ask questions about it.
Okay. Dr. Susan Carvalho, what is the small picture in the first page?
I don't know who that is.
It is a picture of a person. Is it correct?
Yes, it is a picture of a person.
Mr. Counsel, why you want to see the document?
Well, it is. I'm representing the University of Alabama. You're asking my witness about an exhibit. I'm entitled, most of the time, counsel provides the other attorney a copy of the exhibits that they're using so that the attorney can look at it along with their witness.
But you already looked at in that document.
I glanced at it to realize they were emails. I didn't see the picture because it is very small. So you ask her about the picture. I wanted to look at the picture. I have the right to do that.
Do you think when you are looking at the document or interacting with the witness, it is giving some suggestive?
You just asked her a question about the picture. I did not notice the picture. I didn't say anything to her about who it was, what it was. I just wanted to see what the picture was.
Okay, may I continue?
Yes.
So that picture is a profile picture, is it correct?
I assume so.
So the picture, the email has a profile picture, which is the picture of that person. Is it right?
I assume so.
Can you look at page 2? What is that profile picture?
Is it a mask?
Which kind of mask it is?
I don't know. I've never seen anything like it.
Does it threaten you?
No.
Can you look at page 3? What is on the profile picture?
The same image.
What is this email communication about?
About the meeting.
What is that meeting for?
This is the meeting that reviewed student status.
And offered my dismissal. Is it correct?
Ultimately, yes.
Not ultimately, in the same day.
What is the question? Is the meeting about your dismissal?
Yes.
The meeting was about reviewing your status.
These people gave a recommendation for my dismissal.
That is correct.
And the profile picture is a mask.
Yes.
Does it concern you?
No.
Does it threaten you?
No.
Do you have any statement why there should be a mask on that
No.
email?
No, I think you're...
Do you think it is related in any way to the Grim Reaper image that I showed you previously?
No. I don't have any evidence to think that.
I will introduce exhibit number 23. Mr. Consul, did you review the document correctly, completely?
I reviewed that document just like I reviewed every other document you've given her today.
After I ask a question, will you come back and review the document again, or it is final review?
If I think I need to review it again, I'm going to review it again. You didn't give me a copy of it, so if I think I need to review it to determine whether or not to make an objection or I need to know something, I'm going to look at it again.
But we speculated that you can object anytime in the future. You don't need to object here. You have the right to object to anything in this.
Can we just go on with the questions? We're going to get done.
Okay, we will go through that, but I want to do it correctly. I don't want...
If we do it correctly, I have the right to look at the document.
Yes,
So-
you looked at that. And after
I can look at it
questions...
again.
Yes, could you please not to look at the document after question, later answer the question, and then you look at that.
If I need to look at the document again, I'm going to look at the document again.
Even after I ask the question and the witness does not answer.
I'm going to try not to, I will not interrupt her if she's looking at the document to answer a question, but if I need to look at it again, I'll look at it again.
I'm afraid that it is a suggestive move, because when you are looking at that, you are
How in the world is my looking at a document suggestive in any way? I want you to ask her a question. She wants you to ask her a question so we can move forward.
Okay. Could you please look at the first page?
Yes.
This is an email that you received from Kathy on 2018, February 2018. To be exact, February 12, 2018. Can you read this email, please?
This one?
Yes.
I'm waiting on the department chair, Dr. Leclerc, to call me back.
Can you please the other email as well?
We definitely do not want to send a new one to the student, as this is likely to go to litigation. We will just leave it as it is and produce the corrected letter if asked. I have already sent in the current version to our legal counsel. It may not make any difference. We do know that the student was notified of his suspension, and that is the primary thing.
And this is the email that you wrote?
Yes.
And you are telling that this is likely to go to litigation. You have information that I'm going to file a lawsuit on February 12, 2018. Could you please take a look at...
I don't know if I had information that you were going to file a lawsuit.
There wasn't a question there, but...
Can you take a look at the second page? This is the University Register, November 2017. Can you read from this part?
Okay. Advising status. You must see your advisor prior to registration. You have holds which will prevent registration. Your academic standing is good standing, which permits registration. Your student status permits registration. Your class for registration purposes is graduate student.
Yes. Can you please read the date of this?
Spring 2018, November 23rd, 2017, 10:42 p.m.
Can you please take a look at the next page? This is the University Register, March 2018. Could you please read this?
All of it? Registration status, you have no registration time ticket. You may register at any time. Advising status, advising requirement cleared. You require readmission prior to registration. You have holds which will prevent registration. Your academic standing is good standing, which permits registration. Your student status permits registration. Your class for registration purposes is graduate student.
And what is the time for that?
What is the time?
Yes.
March 13th, 2018, 12:30 a.m.
So this is 1 month after you send that letter in first page that this case is going to go to litigation. Because that email that you wrote in first page, you read that. Mm-hmm. It was on February 12.
Uh-huh.
And the University Register in March 13, 2018 shows that you require readmission prior to registration. But the page 2 shows that I don't need readmission. I need permission from, you must see your advisor prior to registration. You have holds which will prevent registration. So in November 13, 2017, I was not dismissed. You dismissed me after you know that I filed the lawsuit.
No, that's not accurate.
It is the University Register. You have the document in front of you.
Yes, it is. It's your interpretation. The key sentence in all of this for me is you have holds which will prevent registration. And that is a direct echo of the letter that you were sent on June 29th that said we're putting a hold on your record. That's what the letter said. We are putting a hold. And so what you see there is that there's a hold. Why the sentence about readmission came up, I don't know. We'd have to ask the registrar that question and get back to you.
Why in November 23rd, 2017, which is long after June? The only problem is I need to see my advisor.
No, the problem is you have holds.
And I have holds.
The holds are the key point.
I don't need readmission yet.
I don't know what that sentence means. We'd have to ask the registrar. I don't know what it means. These are computer-generated screens that I'm not familiar with. So we would have to ask the registrar why that sentence didn't appear earlier, why it appears there. But I don't believe that any action was taken at that point at all.
Do you
So-
confirm that the holds that will prevent registration are correct?
Yes.
Do you confirm that I must see my advisor prior to registration?
That sentence is not one I'm familiar with.
Okay.
But what your
Do-
letter of dismissal said is you will not be permitted to register for fall 2017 or any future semester unless you have first been readmitted to the graduate school in a different program.
That is another document. This document that we are talking,
Uh-huh.
in March 2018,
Right.
it shows that I need to be readmitted.
So what is your question? Why does it say that?
Yes.
I don't know. The only thing I know about is the sentence that says you have holds. That all the rest of it, I don't know.
So there is a change from November to March. What is the cause of that change?
I do not know.
It is the litigation.
Object to the form, or object to the state.
Okay.
But
I think
the
we are-
letter of June 29th said that you needed to be readmitted.
I think we are out of time. The reporter told me that we are out of time, so we have to go off the record.
Okay.
We are going off the record at 4:40.
Are you done?